Welcome to our artist interviews. This year marks the centenary of the Ascension of Abdu'l-Baha, the perfect exemplar and center of the covenant of the Baha'i faith. With us now is singer, songwriter, and musician Ali Youssefi. Hi Ali, it's a pleasure to have you with us. How are you today?
I'm doing well, Yara. Thank you so much for having me.
For our friends who may not be as familiar with your work and your music, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure. Well, as you said, my name is Ali Youssefi. I currently live in the States, but I actually grew up most of my life in South America, and then hopped around the world a little bit, different places. So I like to think that my music is a combination of influences from all over the world, and a lot of what I do, I think, comes from that experience also of being exposed to so many different cultures and just wanting to see them kind of all combining in one big melting pot now.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit of what I do with the music that I create.
That's wonderful. And today we're going to talk about three of your songs. And we'd love to know what inspired you to create and arrange the songs A Mighty Sea, Love is the Light, and 100 Years.
Sure. So this year is a very special year, as you know, is the centenary of the Ascension of Abdu'l-Baha. And so we wanted a lot of our work this year to revolve around his work, around the message that he carried, that he dedicated his life to, not only through his speeches and his written work, but through his life as well. So these three pieces, they each have kind of their own feel to them. I think A Mighty Sea was one that was very special and dear to my heart because we created it during the pandemic, right? So it was very interesting times to be working in general and to be out, and I think we were all being impacted. We still are being impacted by what it means to be apart from each other, no? And I think the message of Abdu'l-Baha has always been one of unity, of unifying humanity, right? And sometimes it's not until we're torn apart that we learn to value the importance of having each other around, of not only our friends but our neighbors, and we really learn to value these relationships. So Mighty Sea is from the writings of Abdu'l-Baha, and it's a quote that talks about how incredible this world will be once these single drops come together and they form this mighty sea. And in other instances, we've created songs that are happy around this theme. But in this particular case, it came out more as a longing, right? So it's kind of a song of longing for that. So much work has been done, but there's so much work still to be done in this arena. And well, Love is a Light is another excerpt from the writings of Abdu'l-Baha. And he has so many talks that talk about the power of love, and it might sound like a cliche, but I think love is a much deeper force than any of us truly understand, right? The role of love, and he talks about it even at the atomic level. The love has a role to play, and it's the reason why the spheres revolve and orbit around each other, and it's keeping all the elements together in the universe. So it's a very powerful force that we just are starting to understand. So Love is the Light revolves around that theme. And 100 Years was our way. My wife and I have been writing songs together this past year, and it was our tribute to Abdu'l-Baha for this year. So we really sat down and thought of his life, of his example, and we wanted to dedicate a song especially to this year, and to what he dedicated his life to.
Well, how wonderful. And pretty soon you guys are going to get to listen to these three songs. But in that theme, how does Abdu'l-Baha and his example inspire you, both in your personal life and, as you mentioned a little bit, in your music?
Hmm. Well, in my personal life, I think all throughout my life, I think since my childhood, I grew up in a Baha'i family, and stories of Abdu'l-Baha were always told in our family. So from a very young age, he's been this, this example, almost like a tender grandfather, figure. And I think many of us feel that way towards Abdu'l-Baha, which makes this year such a special one, because I think we all feel a very deep, special connection with Abdu'l-Baha, with the master. And as I was saying before, he was always such a unifying force. It didn't matter what environment he was in. It didn't matter if he was traveling around the world like he did in his later years, or if he was in prison. He was always a unifying force among those who surrounded him. So I think that's always, been a very inspiring example to have around us. So I think with my life and my music, which I think they kind of blend into one, I've always wanted to pursue music, but at the same time, I've always wanted to bring this energy of unification into the work that I do, because I could sit down and write songs and just have that be everything that I do, or write songs about different topics. But the topics that truly inspire me, that I feel I resonate with the most, are the topics that will make other hearts yearn for that unification as well, and want to work towards that. So that's really what we've dedicated a lot of our effort to, and I think the example of Abdu'l-Baha has been and continues to be a tremendous inspiration for that work.
Well, how beautifully expressed, and thank you for sharing that with us. I really like your example of like connecting Abdu'l-Baha as like a tender grandfather for everybody, because that's really what he is. I feel like for a lot of people, this like grandfather-like figure, and especially for a lot of kids, I know you grow up with the idea of like my mom always told me, like, imagine if Abdu'l-Baha was in the room, like how would you act, or Abdu'l-Baha was always very loving of kids and that whole idea. So I really like how you put that.
Yeah.
Um, and what do you want people to take away from your music when they listen to it? And if you'd like to share with us, what are some things that people have told you about how your music has touched them?
Hmm. Well, I think from the very beginning, for me, music has been about moving hearts. So I love to get people dancing also. That's a different but for me, if I can sing something where I look at someone and I see that their heart is moved, that it pulled some string in their heart, and in some way it connected and resonated with them. For me, that's the most I can feel fulfilled as an artist. Um, so that being said, I think some of the comments that I think have moved me the most, and are relating to that, to how people are finding our melodies, and the quotes that we're setting to music useful in their personal prayer time, and reaching out to others to share these messages with other people. Some people use them for devotionals or firesides and so on. So for me to know that these melodies are being used for such a lofty purpose, for me is the highlight of my day. Anytime I hear something like that, and it's very encouraging, and makes us want to continue, and to know that really this is a path that we are happy to sacrifice some aspects of life in order to pursue this, and continue creating these songs.
How wonderful. And as we've mentioned throughout, the importance of this year and the specialness of this year of being the centenary of Abdu'l-Baha's ascension, you mentioned how it's inspired your music a little bit that you've created this year, but on the large scale, how would you say that it's touched you personally, and how has it impacted the music as a whole that you've created this year?
Hmm. Well, from the very beginning of the year, we knew it was going to be a very special year. Um, so my wife and I sat down to really think of how can we, in a way, amplify this message of Abdu'l-Baha, right? Because as I was saying, this work of a mighty sea it talks about the coming together of humanity, but in this longing, in this sense of longing, meaning that we still have so much work to do. And the world, if we look out at the news and we look at the world around us and the society around us, a lot of aspects of society are just crumbling all around us. And the message that Baha'u'llah brought and that Abdu'l-Baha taught his whole life so eloquently and sacrificially is very much needed in today's world, and will continue to be needed. And so the work that is left to be done is so much still. So we thought, what is some small, humble way that we can add to, with whatever skills that we have. Everybody has different skills and opportunities, and what are some ways that we can continue to amplify that message that he brought. So many of the pieces this year, well, first of all, we set up for ourselves a goal that we hadn't attempted before, which was to try to create roughly about one song and video per month. Which I know that you've done a lot of editing, so you know how much work goes into editing videos. But we've managed to create a number of videos today. I'm not sure if we've actually gotten one per month, but pretty close. Not all have been from the writings of Abdu'l-Baha, but many of them have. Many of them have been inspired in the writings of Abdu'l-Baha, and there's still a couple to come that are from the writings of Abdu'l-Baha. And we've created global collaborations, which have brought a lot of people, including yourself and your sister, people from around the world together, singing these powerful messages. Because one of the things that I feel as an artist is that really one voice singing a message about unity can be powerful, but many voices singing together, it creates a different statement. It resonates in a different way. So for me, that's been a true joy to dedicate more time and resources to that process. So that's what we've been trying to do this year, is to add our little grain of sand to this monumental, historic year that we're going through.
Well, we're excited to show you all some of these clips that have come out this year. But before we do that, where can people connect with you and listen to more of your music?
Well, our main platform is typically YouTube. We try to create videos for the songs that we're releasing. Sometimes they're simple lyric videos, other times they're more complex videos, but we try to always have visual accompaniments. But YouTube is a good place, Spotify, any place where people like to stream music, Bandcamp. They can look at my website as well. There's no end to wherever there's music, you can usually find us.
Sounds good. And so with that, be sure to check out all the different socials and links that you see listed on the screen to connect with Ahdi and to check out his various songs and works. But thank you so much, Ahdi, for being a part of the special program today to commemorate the centenary of the Ascension of Abdu'l-Baha. It was great having you with us.
Thank you so much for the invitation, Yara. It was my honor.
We appreciate it. And with that, our next three songs will be A Mighty Sea, Love is the Light, and 100 Years by Ali Youssefi. We hope you enjoy and stay tuned for our next artist interview.
What a blessing that will be when all shall come together, even as once separate torrents, rivers and streams, running brooks and single drops, when collected together in one place, will form a mighty sea. At such time, overwhelming grace was so encircle all, and the sea of grandeur will so overflow its shores that the narrowest strip of water will grow wide as an endless sea, and every merest drop will be even as a shoreless deep. What a blessing that will be. 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 What a blessing Love is the light that guideth in darkness. The living link that uniteth God with man. Love is the light. Love is the light. That assureth the progress of every illumined soul. Love is the light. Love is the light. Love is the light that guideth in darkness. life lived for others will never fade. All through the world still His presence remains. Teachings of peace, an exemplar of love. 100 years now have passed since he's gone. Just like the sunlight, His words lit the hearts, traveling the lands to ignite in us a spark, of love. Care, peace, and service, justice and grace, friendship, respect for the human race. This virtuous station, this mighty great law, live in the title of Abdu'l-Baha. Live in the title of Abdu'l-Baha.
Welcome back to our artist interviews. This year marks the centenary of the Ascension of Abdu'l-Baha, the perfect exemplar and center of the covenant of the Baha'i faith. With us now is rapper Ahdi Khalili Sangsari. Hi Ahdi, it's a pleasure to have you with us. How are you today?
Thanks for having me, and I'm good, doing great.
Well, thank you for being a part of our program. And for our friends who may not be familiar with your music, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
I go by the name Ahdi. I make rap music, mostly in Farsi or Persian. You could say most of it is inspired by the teachings. It's mostly on social issues, spiritual issues, and spiritual growth, and issues in this world I generally think need to be talked about. Yeah, and some English songs here and there.
And towards the end of this interview, you guys are going to get to listen to 3 of them today. And so, speaking of those 3, what inspired you to create the song Soleiman Khan, Iranam, which translates to My Iran, and Sedaya Azadi, which translates to The Sound of Freedom?
Generally, inspiration for me is usually a mix of stuff. So now being specific with these three, um, now you, as you can tell, Suleiman Khan has to do more with a historic event. Iranam is more of social and a little bit of history. Sadai Azadi is more of just general social and world issue. Um, but in general, it's a mix of personal, personal changes in your life. Um, you have to be active to get inspired. That's there for sure. So more activity, the more service you do, and in general, reading, studying, knowing more of history of what's going on around the world, and then as you experience more, um, inspiration just comes. At least in my experience, that's how it is.
I love the idea that you have to be active to be inspired. It's really powerful.
Well, for me, maybe some people, get it differently, but yeah.
Yeah. But from that, how does Abdu'l-Baha and his example inspire you both in your personal life and in your music just overall?
The stories we hear of Abdu'l-Baha, the service, how much sacrifice he's done, that itself just shows you how much inspiration this person or this figure can give you. Um, Other than that, just his writings. There's so much emotion and power in his writings. Um, for me, that's most of where he's touched me. Since you talked about Iranam, um, well, the song Iranam is more of like a personal conversation, the way it's written, of the glory and the history and what it's going through and where it can go. And in the third verse, I do reference Abdu'l-Baha's book Risale Madaniye, because that book itself was so touching. The way Abdu'l-Baha talked about the future, what happened, what caused such a civilization to go through what it's going through and where it can go. And so there, I mean, that was inspiration right there from Abdu'l-Baha.
What do you want people to take away from your music, whether it be these three pieces or just overall when they listen to your songs? And if you'd like to share, what are some of the things that people have told you about how your music has touched them?
Well, actually, going back to talking about how Abdu'l-Baha has inspired, that book specifically that we talked about, and even today when you read it, you can relate so much to it, not just for Iran but generally the world and what the world is going through as well. Just wanted to point that out too.
Yeah.
Obviously, other than enjoying the music, the message behind the song, usually that's where I feel like that's where the song is doing its job. If the listener is able to grasp the message that's in the song, now not necessarily how I'm relating to that message, a listener could relate to it completely different than the way I'm relating to it. That's the point, actually. But as long as there's something there that they're grasping and they're getting inspired, or if they're learning something new, or if it's helping them go through whatever they're going through, struggle or whatever, as long as that is there, I feel like I've done my job. There's a lot of stories, but in general, it's usually when you hear that someone learned something new, or someone got inspired off a certain song, and it helped them be more creative in their own artwork or whatever they're doing. Um, yeah, usually it's those that
Yeah.
tell me that the song did its job.
Well, thank you for sharing that with us. And as we mentioned at the beginning of this section and with the whole theme of the program tonight, how has the centenary of Abdu'l-Baha's Ascension touched you personally? And how would you say that it's impacted the music that you've created this year?
I don't know if I have the answer to this question, but I know this for sure. For some reason, this year, most of what I've written has been more personal and more on spiritual growth. Less compared to all these years, there is much less social issues, and it's more like personal growth, the reality of the soul. it probably has to do something with what you said. I'm guessing, but probably.
Thank you for sharing that. We've talked about some of the songs that we'll be sharing today with our listeners to hear soon, so stay tuned. But where can they connect with you and listen to more of your music?
Well, different people use different platforms, but you can probably find me in most of them, if not all. The easiest way, I guess, would be if you search Ahdi music. That's AHDI space music. That's you'll get the YouTube, Apple Music, Spotify. Yeah, the ones people usually use.
Perfect. Well, everybody be sure to check out the links you see posted on the screen. And thank you so much again, Ahdi, for being a part of this special program. It was great having you with us.
Thank you, Yara. Thank you very much.
And so, with that, our next three songs will be Sulaiman Khan, Iranam, and Sedai Azadi by Ahdi Khalili Sangsari, with the last two pieces featuring Iman Honar Pishe. We hope you enjoy and stay tuned for our next artist interview.
باید تو این ظلمت رفت به سمت فانوس، تو این سرزمین زخم دیده در به داغون، نه ستم ز قانون، جایی که بذر آشوب نه بذر عشق کشته میشد زیر فرش باروت، پر از لخت بازخون ها جاری، اونجاست که قهرمان تو عرض تابود، هدیه‌ای برای بردوش گذاشتن تابوت معشوق، بنویس از قهرمان گو، از جاودان بودن یه نفس خاموش، نه تا شمع یه جان سوز و رقصیدنش، یه قلب آروم گرفتن آغوش، فقط خدا بود امشب شمی نشه خاموش، این شب آتور حقدار و عرش آسود، تاجدار و زانو الحق ندا بود، اینجاست رقص با نور، رقص با نور تعبیری برای فهم ما بود از رهاییش، میخوام جانم شعله ورش شعله ورز آن روح، این رقص بین شمع هاست، رقص بین شمع هاست، بین شراره شعله های شرمسار، یه پرواز یه روح در آستانه یه رستگاه ری، این رقص بین شمع هاست، بین شراره شعله های شرمسار، یه پرواز یه روح در آستانه یه رستگاه ری، آن که دائم هوس سوختن ما می کرد، کاش می آمد و از دور تماشا می کرد، تکرار می کرد وقتی خواست خود باشه شمع آجین زجر برای شکنجه گره، اون برای ما تعبیری از رهاییش کرد، از روحش برای عاشق باید شادی کرد، تا بیدن عاشقی که پرواز می کرد، هی بال کاشته می شد و هی بال می زد، زیباست فدا شدن در راه معشوق، از قفس و این تن رها شدن روح تا خون تو رگها جاری، یاد معشوقه بر لبهای خندون، پس بکشه نقاش این تصویر زیبا رو، یه رقص عاشقانه یه زنجیر بیار و نه تا شمع برای تقدیس، بیا روشنشون کنیم، صمیم دیدار خدا یک سمبل و بذری که میکاش و یک شکنجه گر، با دستای لرزیده قیام کن به احترام سکوتا، شجاعتو میشه کشید هرچی هم به شولش نرسیده سیاه کن، کشیدی رسیدیم و دیدیم که تو این نقش نه درد هست نه زجر نه ترس هست نه خشم، یه درک هست یه حق و حقیقتی که شد شعله ورتر ز قبل، معشوقی که از فرش رفت به عرش، نوری که به نسلم شه وصل باید تا 100 نسل بعد. پس بکش و بکش تا بکشن دست دستم. پس وقتی نه درد هست نه تیره دیده میشه نقش، قشنگ ترم میشه اینجا قدرت ظالم کنده سریشه. پشما رو هی روشن کنی تا این رقص ابدیشه. این رقص بین شم هاست، بین شراره شعله های شرمسار. یه پرواز، یه روح در آستانه یه رستگاری. این رقص بین شم هاست، رقص سلیمان خان. این رقص بین شم هاست، رقص سلیمان خان. پشت پلکم ازت یه تصویره، بذری که خودت کاشتی داره پس میده. همون عشق و همون عظمتی که خدا به تو بخشیده. حس عجیبیه، هم شاد هم درد دیده. میگه چشاتو وا نکن که از دست میره. از اون طرف میگه ببین نه ترس دیگه. اینه همون حقیقتی که میدونم نزدیکه. میبینمت خیلی هم واضحه، خواهرم کنارم تو ورزشگاه. صحنه زیباییه، به زیبای صداشه، پاکه به پاکیت، بوی خاکت. بهش سوگند، به تاریخت، به نامت. معلم کنار شاگرد، زنگ کلاسه، همش ساخت و سازه. نوازنده میزنه، خواننده آوازش. میبینی آزاده هر بچت با هر نژاد و باوری. زن و مرد با همن وقتی تو آغاز تصاویشونی. افتخار هنری که خدا به خاکت آفرید. سر تو گرفتی بالا قبلگاه عالمی. برمیگردم از این دنیا چقدر خیانت دیدی تو، ولی دیگه نه، چون واسه ما از زمین فراتری. بچه هات با اتحاد تو سختیشم با همین. عشق اول و آخری، همینه میگن مادری.
ای عشق بیریا، بس گفتن ز شکوهت بی نیاز. دیار شیران ای نور امید در غیاب ایمان. ایرانم جانم به فدایت، سوگند به نامت به خاک پاکت. جانم به فدایت، سوگند به نامت به خاک پاکت.
همه اومدن به زیارتت، شدی بذر عشق، راستگویی، آهنگ و شعر، هنر و علم. درد و دل نیست دیگه، حق حرف دل رو زدم. نه ظلم مونده، نه زخم رو تنم، نه زمونه مونده مثل چرخ و فلک. مقام انسان دور از زور و دروغ تحت الحنک. نه تنها به دایی هست، نه بستن قفس. به فخر هر شهیدی که دادی، هر انسانی به فکر کمک کردن به بقلی. فرزندات واسه خدمت کردن به وطن. ببین هم سنگر همن، تو نگرانی این عشق از دست نره همش، ولی نگران نباش عظمتت فقط جلو. انگار اقرب به برگشته عقب، سوگن به رساله مدنیه، به شکوهت، به نوری که پیامش نداشه به سرزمینت. روزی میرسه که لبخندای آدما جاری و شادی و میبینیم تو چشای مادرات. بچت نه شهید نه دستگیر برای باوراش، از هر قوم و مذهبیم دستای ما برات. فقط کمک و خدمت تو ساختن با تلاش، نسلی که براش افتخاره باشه جان فدا. نسلی که از گذشتش یاد گرفته آزاده کناره، نسلی که دیگه ظلمی ندیده باشه بهشته. از خزر تا خلیج فارست بازسازی شده تخت جمشید و باغ دور و ورش، و هر فرزندت همیشه شاده. این نه خوابه نه تعبیر خوابه، آیندت ایران من به هر بوسه‌ای که زدیم به خاکت. ای عشق و معشوق سرزمین عاشق،
ای عشق بیریا، بس گفتن ز شکوهت بی نیاز دیار شیران. ای نور امید در غیاب ایمان، ایرانم جانم به فدایت، سوگند به نامت به خاک پاکت. ایرانم جانم به فدایت، سوگند به
میشنوی منو تو داد و فریادها، دنبالم گشتن تو خواب و دریاها. تو مرگ سختی روزگار و ایام باز، شاید با یاد هونی که رفت با هر یاد، یا مقدار و عیارها، تلاش و سعی باز یا تکرارش تو هر نامه ای نه ولی عاشقانش. لای خطا تو پیام ها بودم و ترستی نبود آخرش نیام. کاش میشد ما زودتر برسیم به هم، حالا حکمت قسمت هرچه بگیم یه حقیقت. این فاصله است چی گرفتیم ز درک تاریخ، پس تاریخ بنویس یه خط. تلاش در تلاش است برا تو فرادم، همونا که برا صلح سربازن، سرپا که هر گام برداشتن ز مرزها فراتر شن.
صدایم کن ای آغاز من، بنویس ز داستان من. صدایم کن هم آواز من، صدای آزادیم. صدایم کن ای آغاز من، بنویس ز داستان من. صدایم کن هم آواز من، صدای آزادیم.
من نه اون پرچم سفید کمین پشت دیوم، نه اونی که ادعاشم زیر نقطه چی، نه شبیه سلاحم نه زمین پرزمینم، نه اونی که اسممو میاره میده به خورد دین. نه مرز دارم نه میخوام تو اسیر و کشته شی. میشنوی منو وقتی نلرزیده گل بدی، ایرانیم پر گوهر دیارم پرز شیر که قفسش اصلا هم شبیه گربه نیست. خبری نیست از قفس اصلا، گم شدم و دنبال حقم هستم، مثل ببر مازندران دنبال جنگلم گشتم. ندای بلخرات و سمرقندم، خراسان گیلکدار بلوچم مربم، فارسم مثل شاخابم، من ترکم، منم لورم کردم، به تکیگاه آخرینم غیرت دارم، شیرین زبان آذریم.
صدایم کن ای آغاز من، بنویس ز داستان من. صدایم کن هم آواز من، صدای آزادیم. صدایم کن ای آغاز من، بنویس ز داستان من. صدایم کن هم آواز من، صدای آزادیم.
پس میشنوی منو وقتی یه اتحاد باشه، صدای فرزندان این خاک یک صدا باشه. اینجا هر فکر، هر شکل، هر اعتقاد جاشه. عشق پاک باشه که اعتماد باشه. از درون در درون این انقلاب صابریم و بخشش. جای انتقام ساکن در قلب ها، پیروزی نصف داستانه. باید هر آدم این جهان بگه آزاده. اون روز کنار تو هم رد و من بی سر، به یاد اونی که واستاد هر بار زمین خورد، به یاد اشک مادر سر بالای آخرین نفس و اونی که برای رسیدن ما شهید شد. اشتباه کشیدن تصویرو که پایه‌دارها میرن پیروزیم. بذار بگن سزای آزاریم که بدونن نداییم که گر شدم ندات بدون صداییم ز حق صدای آزادیم.
Welcome back to our artist interviews. This year marks the centenary of the Ascension of Abdu'l-Baha, the perfect exemplar and center of the covenant of the Baha'i faith. With us now is singer Ava Bowers. Hi Ava, it's a pleasure to have you with us today. How are you?
Oh, it's such a pleasure to be here with you. Thank you so much for letting me be part of this wonderful program.
For our audience who may not be familiar with your music or with you, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Oh, well, I've been a singer-songwriter for a long time. I have always had the love of music, and so I sing in English and Persian. I have been involved with music most of my life, and performing for Baha'i events, and also writing for film, TV, documentaries.
Thank you for sharing that with us. And so today, as we mentioned, we're doing this program in honor of the Ascension of Abdu'l-Baha. And so with that in mind, what inspired you to create the song Shamayil, which translates to portrait in English, and as Talat Abdu'l-Baha, which translates to the countenance of Abdu'l-Baha in English?
Well, as a lot of you Baha'is know, we all aspire to follow the example of Abdu'l-Baha. And in the Baha'i culture, you'll see, like when you walk into a Baha'i home, you'll see a portrait of Abdu'l-Baha in one room or two rooms, or in few spaces in a Baha'i's home. The song Shamayel, the lyrics were written by Mr. Khademi, and when I read that poem, there was parts of that poem that definitely sang to my heart. And I wrote that song with Mr. Price because we all wake up in the morning and we try to do our best. And I don't know about you, but when I say prayers, sometimes I do have conversations with Abdu'l-Baha and ask for his assistance. So that's how the song Shamayel came into play. And as far as Talat Abdu'l-Baha, let's see, it's because no matter how much we try to do our best, we still are basically at the mercy of the forgiveness of Baha'u'llah, and basically trying to follow the examples of Abdu'l-Baha. And that's how the continence of Abdu'l-Baha came into play, that hopefully with the kindness of Abdu'l-Baha, we can learn and each day become better and be able to get closer to the examples that Abdu'l-Baha had set for us.
And in your explanations, you mentioned this a little bit, but how does Abdu'l-Baha and his example inspire you both in your daily life and in your music overall?
Well, I have to say, these days in the climate that we're living, constantly I am reminded of Abdu'l-Baha's kindness to everybody and his reminding of us that unity is the most important thing that we need to remember. And just in case if somebody doesn't have the same beliefs or outlook of life, we need to be kind to each other and remember that there is only one God, and bring that, the teachings of Baha'u'llah through that. And hopefully we can create this more tolerant atmosphere. And hopefully that will be contagious and we can create a better society. So Abdu'l-Baha's example is in every minute of our lives. We can use the way he led his life and his detachments from this life, and how he tried to create an example that we can all follow. As you know, one of Abdu'l-Baha's titles is Sirrullah, which means the mystery of God. And he was definitely a mystery. And I'm so grateful that we have him to turn to hopefully we can, through his examples, improve our behavior. However, we may fail, but through his kindness, we can basically try to achieve it day by day.
Well, thank you for sharing that with us. And so, from that, what do you want people to take away from your music when they listen to it? And if you'd like to share with us, what are some of the things that people have told you about how your music has touched them?
Well, let's see. Well, I hope that I can bring some joy to people through my music, to their souls. As we know, music is like a ladder to elevate your soul. And I hope that my music can help bring a little bit of joy and peace in people's hearts. Uh, Funny enough that I've met a lot of people around your age that they say, oh yes, my parents used to play your music when I was a baby and it would calm me down. And that was the best compliment I had ever gotten from anybody, is that even though that as a baby they may not have understood the words, but somehow the melodic tones calmed their hearts down. And so that was one of the best compliments I had ever had. And I actually met several pioneers that they said that through the music that they had heard, it basically that through some very hard days listening to music, it definitely elevated their mood and it made them remember why they were in that pioneering post, or why they were basically in that situation that may have been hard during the day, but at the end of the day, they recognized that it was a greater plan that they were in that situation, and music helped uplift their spirit. And so those were some of the compliments I had gotten. And so that fuels my passion to continue in this crazy, crazy business called music.
How wonderful to hear. Speaking, I guess, more on a like large and general scale, how would you say that the centenary of Abdu'l-Baha's ascension has touched you personally? And how has it impacted the music that you've specifically created this year?
Well, this year, let's not talk about this year and the music that has been created, because it's been a very disruptive year, unfortunately. However, I do believe that these disruptions that we have had are it's in a sense that plowing that the garden needs to be able to get oxygen into the soil so we can plant a garden. And I was talking to a friend of mine, and we were talking about the ascension of Abdu'l-Baha, and I was saying that how on the nights of the Ascension, how of Abdu'l-Baha and Baha'u'llah, but especially for me personally, Abdu'l-Baha, there is this sense of joy that sometimes you feel when you're saying the prayers or tablets of visitation, because I feel like maybe through the ascension of Abdu'l-Baha, in that moment that he joined the concourse on high, his power as an example to all of us became more powerful. So I truly believe in that power that one soul has on the universe, and especially Abdu'l-Baha's soul, since he was so special and there is none other like him. And I feel like, especially these days, we definitely need that assistance from him. And I can't wait to have that moment of prayer on the eve of his ascension to celebrate his soul.
How beautifully expressed. Thank you. And so in just a few moments, you all are going to be able to hear some pieces from Ava. But in general, where can people connect with you and listen to more of your music?
Sure. They can listen to my latest work on my website, avabmusic.com, and of course on Instagram, Ava FB, and on YouTube, The Music of Ava. And you can listen to the variety of songs that I have out there. And so, yeah. And I'm this year, actually, when you mentioned that, I forgot to tell you that I'm working on devotional music, simply because in the past, I've always believed that devotional music needs a little bit more. I wanted to have more excellence in the production of that, simply because it is music set to holy words. And so this year I've been working on that, and hopefully it won't be long before I can bring some of that to you all.
Well, I'm sure we're all looking forward to hear those. And in the meanwhile, be sure to check out all the different links and socials that you see listed above. But thank you again so much, Ava, for being a part of this special program. It was great having you with us.
Thank you so much, Yara June, and Allah, and have a wonderful, wonderful day.
Thank you so much. With that, our next two songs will be Portrait and The Countenance of Abdu'l-Baha by Ava Bowers. We hope you enjoy and stay tuned for our next artist interviews.
تا در طلوع صبح به رویت چشم بگشایم و روزم را به پیروزی بیارایم. درون بالا تو را آویختم تا در طلوع صبح به رویت چشم بگشایم و روزم را به پیروزی بیارایم. ولی امروز چشمانت نمیخندد و میترسم که با من سرگران باشد. به هم پیمان خود نامهربان باشد. شعر سرزنش زنش را در تماشای تو میخوانم ولی آقای من بیشاد باشه تو شکوه روز را آغاز نتوانم شعر سرزنش را در تماشای تو میخوانم ولی آقای من بیشاد باشه تو شکوه روز را آغاز نتوانم تا در طلوع صبح به رویت چشم بگشایم و روزم را به پیروزی بیارایم به من ای آشنا امروز شور آشنایی از ستوه از همت عبدالبها از همت عبدالبها زبوغنم ماهم چرن باز و زغن ماهم پرن از مار بیناید گزن چون ظاهره اشعیا از قدرت عبدالبها چون شد جهان پر از مهن مغلوب از لعن و فتن شد رایت حق بر علن ظاهر شد عهد کبریا در حضرت عبدالبها شد نوبت صلح و سلام برگو به عالم این پیام حجت شده بر کل تمام معدوم شد ظلم و شقام از طلعت عبدالبها از همت عبدالبها از طلعت عبدالبها از همت
Welcome back to our artist interviews. This year marks the centenary of the Ascension of Abdu'l-Baha, the perfect exemplar and center of the covenant of the Baha'i faith. With us now is singer and musician Elika Mahony. Hi, Mrs. Mahony. It's a pleasure to have you with us. How are you today?
I'm well, thank you so much.
For our audience who may not be familiar with your work, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure. I was born in the US. I was raised in Kenya, and my parents are from Iran. But for the last 20 years or more, I've lived in China. And I was surrounded by music growing up. My mother was a piano teacher, and my father, a lover of old jazz and classical music. I studied the classical piano from the age of 5, and then at university, I started setting the Baha'i writings to music.
How beautiful. And with that, what inspired you to create and arrange the songs We Must Look Higher, Titles of Abdu'l-Baha, and Blessings Upon You that we're going to be featuring today?
So this year, my plan was to create an album in honor of Abdu'l-Baha, the centenary of the passing of Abdu'l-Baha. The album is titled The Divine Mystery, and I wanted to start the album with this beautiful quote from Abdu'l-Baha where he says, and I'd love to recite the quote. Abdu'l-Baha says, "At all times do I speak of you and call you to mind. I pray unto the Lord, and with tears I implore him to rain down all these blessings upon you and gladden your hearts and make blissful your souls and grant you exceeding joy and heavenly delights. So I've always loved this quote because it makes me feel embraced by his love. And I feel a sense of gratitude as he implores God to rain down his blessings upon us. So I thought it would be lovely to start the album with a sense of joy, love, and blessings. So that was for Blessings Upon You, that song. And then for the song We Must Look Higher, I actually composed this piece for another album in 2014 titled The Infinite Bounty. And that album was on the theme of detachment. And I had, for that particular song, I had collected quotations that are uplifting and bring us closer to God. And I chose these quotes because they're on the theme of detachment and they help us face the challenges around us and bring solace to our hearts. So especially there were 4 quotations in that song from Abdu'l-Baha. And the last one is particularly helpful during these difficult times. Abdu'l-Baha says, "Be thou not unhappy. The tempest of sorrow shall pass. Regret will not last. Disappointment will vanish." So it's a reminder that our sorrows are temporary and that our lives are a series of crises and victories. And so I wanted to include this song. I felt it was very pertinent to what's happening in our lives at this time. And then for the song, The Mystery of God, Titles of Abdu'l-Baha. So I actually composed this song after I completed the Divine Mystery. And I'd already printed the booklet album and had shipped it around the world. And one evening I was sitting down about a month ago. I was sitting at the piano a month and a half ago, and I heard this beautiful melody. And I sat at the piano and I remembered that for a previous album in 2017, for the bicentenary of the birth of Baha'u'llah, I had set some of Baha'u'llah's titles to music. And I thought, how wonderful if I could do the same for Abdu'l-Baha. So I was so excited, I ran to my husband and asked him to find some titles of Abdu'l-Baha. And recorded the song that night, sent it to my producer so that we could finish it in time for the centenary of the passing of Abdu'l-Baha. So I released that a couple of weeks ago. And what's special about that is that it's the original words in Persian I've added to the song so that it's a duet in English and Persian sung by my talented friend Sonbol Tayefi. She sings the Persian titles. So I'm thrilled that we could finish in time in case if the friends would like to use it for any of the upcoming holy days associated with Abdu'l-Baha.
How beautiful. And so with that, you mentioned a little bit about how specifically this album and some of the pieces from it that we'll be sharing were inspired by Abdu'l-Baha. But in general, for all of the music that you create, how would you say that Abdu'l-Baha and his example inspire you in your personal life and in your music?
That's a great question, Yara, and I wanted to think about that a little bit when you shared the question with me. Abdu'l-Baha's example of service has been especially meaningful to me, and has inspired me in this last year as I wanted to dedicate the album to him. And so this year I decided that I would release a song every month from March so that the friends could focus more deeply on the life and example of Abdu'l-Baha and to reflect on his writings set to music. So when I would start to feel a little overwhelmed, I would remind myself that Abdu'l-Baha served tirelessly from early morning to midnight, most days. And so his example gave me strength and inspiration and sustenance to keep going with the project because I had committed that I would share a song every month. And of course, it was inspiring to release music more frequently, but also exhausting at times. But I'm so grateful that I managed to complete it in time.
What do you want people to take away from your music when they listen to it? And also, if you'd like to share, what are some of the things that people have told you about how your music has touched them?
So I hope that this new album, The Divine Mystery, will inspire friends to draw closer to Abdu'l-Baha. That's the first thing. I also hope that it will help friends to internalize his words more fully and deeply, because music has a wonderful way of connecting us to the divine. There's a power of the word of God combined with music. And I'm really grateful for all the love that people have shared through their comments and the kind feedback, especially after this album was released. I think the song that probably made the most impact, I would say, was Waves of One Sea, as it was a global sing-along and it had 240 participants from 44 countries and regions, which was really very touching for me to receive so many videos from friends around the world. And I think that video brought a sense of hope and unity to friends during the height of the pandemic, because it was around March or April. And I think it also brought a reminder that we are all one, no matter where we come from. So there's some very powerful moments in the video when you see like 200 faces come up on the screen singing, "Ye are all the waves of one sea, ye are all the leaves of one sea." It still moves me to tears when I get to that, when I watch that part in the song. And it was also sung in 6 languages, which was really precious to have friends from different corners of the world sing in varied languages. And I think another song that seemed to move the friends was the song of the titles of Abdu'l-Baha, especially hearing the original Persian titles that were revealed by Baha'u'llah. That also still moves me when I hear Sumbul singing them in Persian. It's to know that that's how they were revealed, and to mix that with the English was very special. But I think there is one piece that has the most impact, I think, on the friends, and that's the long healing prayer. Many friends have shared that it has brought them solace as they listen to it daily, and when they pray for loved ones. I've heard doctors listen to it on their way to work, and I will never forget, though, that there's one email I received from a young mother who wrote to me while she was in the waiting room as her 4-month-old daughter was having heart surgery. And she said she was listening to the long healing prayer, and it was really helping her get through those most difficult moments. And I can't tell you how humbled I felt after reading that email, and so deeply moved, just knowing how it had impacted her life. I mean, it still moves me to tears when I think about it. So it's very humbling. It's also very encouraging, because that's really what allows or enables or encourages an artist to keep going and keep pushing through and create more because of all the loving support. Yeah.
How beautiful, and thank you for sharing that with us. It's so powerful. And as we've mentioned, it just shows the power that music has, especially when combined with the divine, to create something that just, I think, really gives us all a sense of connection, a sense of peace, of upliftment. And so we've talked a little bit about, how your music and its inspiration from Abdu'l-Baha and his example have come together. But as we also mentioned in the beginning, this year is a very special year. And so with that, how has the centenary of Abdu'l-Baha's ascension touched you personally? and how has it impacted the music that you have created this year?
So the bicentenary celebrations of the Bab and Baha'u'llah back in 2017 and 2019, and the centenary, of course, of the passing of Abdu'l-Baha this year have been very pivotal for me as a musician. And as this year is the 100th anniversary of the Ascension of Abdu'l-Baha, I felt the urge to produce an album in his honor, as I mentioned before. So ultimately, it has been such a joy and a gift and an honor for me to complete a musical trilogy of sorts in remembrance of these three sacred figures. And creating these three albums has been one of the highlights of my musical career. It is such a unique and special time in history that we're living in right now that will never come again in our lifetime. And I'm extremely grateful to friends and family members and my patrons who've really helped make it possible. And it's just been such a blessing to create these three albums during such a historic time. Yeah, so I feel just blessed is the word that comes to mind.
Well, with all the music that you've shared with us and that is going to be upcoming soon for you all to listen to, where can people connect with you and listen to more of your music?
So friends can find my music on my website, elikamahony.com. It looks like Mahoney, but it's pronounced Mahony without an E. They can also find many of the music videos on YouTube, especially for this album. Most of the songs have accompanying videos that go with them. So that's YouTube. You can just youtube.com/Elika Mahony. And I often share recordings and behind the scenes with my patrons. So you can find me on Patreon at patreon.com/Elika Mahony. And then my music mailing list is also a wonderful way to connect and find music. I share a lot of stories and upcoming projects. And so that's all on elikamahony.com/music gifts, because I also include 3 music gifts when people join that. And then all social media platforms, I often share music on there also.
Oh, great. So be sure to check out the links that you see posted on the screen to connect with Mrs. Manny's music and with her. And thank you so much for being a part of this special program. It was great having you with us.
My pleasure. Thank you for inviting me, Yara. Always a pleasure to talk to you.
Thank you, and likewise. And with that, our next 3 songs will be We Must Look Higher, Titles of Abdu'l-Baha, and Blessings Upon You by Elika Mahony. We hope you enjoy and stay tuned to our next artist interview.
We must look higher than all earthly thoughts. Detach ourselves from every material idea. Crave for the things of the spirit. Let nothing grieve thee and be angered at none. When calamity striketh, be patient and composed. Let nothing grieve thee, and be angered at none. We must look higher, higher. Pray for the things of the Spirit. Let nothing grieve thee, and be angered at none. The servant of Baha, the mystery of God, the most great branch, Abdu'l-Baha, the stainless mirror of his light, the unerring interpreter of his word, the perfect exemplar, Abdu'l-Baha. Abdu'l-Baha, Abdu'l-Baha, Abdu'l-Baha. The limb of the law of God, the servant of Baha, the mystery of God, the most great branch, Abdu'l-Baha. At all times do I speak of you and call you to mind. I pray unto the Lord, and with tears I implore Him to rain down all these blessings, to rain down all these blessings, to rain down all these blessings, to rain down all these blessings upon you, upon you. At all times do I speak of you and call you to mind. I pray unto the Lord, and with tears I implore Him to rain down all these blessings, to rain down all these blessings, to rain down all these blessings upon you, and gladden your hearts and make blissful your souls, and gladden your hearts and make blissful your souls, and grant you exceeding joy and heavenly delight. Down all these blessings, and grant you exceeding joy and heavenly delight. Down all these blessings. At all times do I speak of you and call you to mind. I pray unto the Lord, and with tears I implore Him to rain down all these blessings, to rain down all these blessings, to rain down all these blessings, to rain down all these blessings upon you. At all times do I speak of you.
Welcome back to our artist interviews. This year marks the centenary of the Ascension of Abdu'l-Baha, the perfect exemplar and center of the covenant of the Baha'i faith. With us now is rapper and producer Emiliano Morondos, also known as Diverse Soul. Hi Emiliano, it's a pleasure to have you with us today. How are you?
Good, Yara. Thank you so much. I'm really happy to be here with you as well. And I am excited for this full year that we have dedicated to Abdu'l-Baha.
So for some of our viewers who may not be as familiar with your work, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure. So I am a MC, a rapper, and I have been participating in Baha'i-inspired hip-hop for over 25 years. I was inspired to join when I was actively participating in graffiti culture, and I heard some young rappers sharing the word of Baha'u'llah, sharing the Baha'i faith and the teachings through hip hop. And the intensity of the music that they were sharing and the messaging that I was hearing was just the perfect match. It was the perfect key for my heart and allowed me to really, yeah, just be opened up to new ideas and new opportunities for the future. And so I've been participating in hip hop culture and the Baha'i faith for over 25 years.
That is so cool. And so some of the songs that we're featuring today, we're going to talk about right now, and that fit that whole theme of Baha'i hip hop. So what inspired you to create the songs Kamsam Nida, Storm, and Empowered?
So of those three songs, the one that is mine and my creation is Kamsapnida, and that is Korean for thank you. Um, and the other two that are shared, Storm and Empower, are executive produced by me, featuring really wonderful artists from a group called Framework, Baha'i Inspired Artist Initiative. And I shared those because to stick with the theme of the year for Abdu'l-Baha. But the Kamsam Nida, which is my song, I was inspired to just be thankful for having come out of a year in the pandemic. And there was pretty intense lockdown here in Arizona. And I think a lot of poor choices that were being made in this community. And I was just very appreciative that myself and my family made it through and that we were healthy and happy, and that we saw, even though it was maybe tumultuous and hard, we saw the benefits of the period of the pandemic. And so Kamsat Nida was a reflection on that time. And just on the down low, I have watched so many Korean dramas over the pandemic in lockdown. So, and my partner, my wife, and my children are Korean. And so Kamsapnida was the opportunity for me to connect with Arnold Lin, who is a Korean producer who lives up in Seattle. And so I really leaned heavily into some of the Korean language. And at the same time, I was exploring this idea of being a world citizen and being world embracing with my music. So going forward, starting with Kamsapnida, was an opportunity for me to really just express all the beauty and the things that I love about the world, which in a lot of ways comes from language. In brief, I'm from Hawaii, and in Hawaii, the peoples of Hawaii are very diverse, and a lot of them came through the sugarcane industry. And there were diverse peoples that came there. And the language that was created, this pidgin language, this mixing of languages as adults were trying to learn how to communicate with each other, is something that permeated and became part of the culture. And so, inspired by that, I think you'll see a lot more of that going forward in my music. You'll see this usage of different languages, this ability to communicate with people around the world and be really world embracing. So, Kamsat Nida is the reflection of that. And the other two songs, Storm and Empower, are just so beautiful. I wanted to make sure we share them because we're celebrating Abdu'l-Baha.
How does Abdu'l-Baha and his example inspire you in both your personal life and in your music overall?
Mm. So I wanted to lean into a very specific example. Just a few weeks ago, in the month of October, I was able to go to New York City. And if you know about Abdu'l-Baha, he did visit New York City, and also he went to Greenacre, and I got to spend a full week in Greenacre. And essentially where Abdu'l-Baha walked is sacred land. And I really connect coming from Hawaii and Arizona. I really connect with the idea that the indigenous peoples of this land have with sacred land. And so for me as a Baha'i, I'm Filipino, I'm from Hawaii, I'm mixed race, white and Filipino. And so I don't necessarily have a connection to this land, but spiritually, because Abdu'l-Baha came and set foot here in this continent, I now have sacred land, or there is sacred land for me, and that's the space where Abdu'l-Baha walked. And so I wanted to take this opportunity to share that when Abdu'l-Baha went to Greenacre, and as he was leaving, he said something along the lines of, "I've left enough spiritual energy at Greenacre to revive dry bones." And I just love that. And I got to spend time in the room where the master slept and stayed and said prayers. It's now a prayer room. And wow, I was just really inspired, empowered, and in love, with that moment. And I got to have some really wonderful private time in that space. And so Abdu'l-Baha for me is about reviving, myself and just re-energizing me day to day as we go in and we work through all of the bombardment of life that we're experiencing here. So I guess it's kind of a roundabout way to answer your question, but I wanted to share that example.
No, thank you for sharing that with us and really beautifully put. What do you want people to take away from your music when they listen to it? And if you'd like to share with us also, what are some things that people have told you about how your music has touched them?
Okay. So thank you for asking. Again, I think that idea of being world embracing is something I'm really attracted to and loving, and I'm hoping that it really turns into a movement for myself, and that I'm able to really connect. I see myself utilizing music to open hearts, to be a quickener, if you will, to folks, and just really give them the opportunity and the keys, essentially, like I was given the keys to an open heart and to explore. So that's one thing. Also, I am experimenting. I am looking at my audiences, and so much about hip hop is that intensity, that rawness. There's this acronym: rhymes equal actual life, and so this idea of being real. And so I want to really connect with those ideas.
And how has the centenary of Abdu'l-Baha's ascension touched you personally, and how has it impacted the music that you've created this year?
So we leaned all in to making music for Abdu'l-Baha this year. So Storm and Empower are the first two singles. So I guess let me rewind. I've been executive producing songs with this group Framework. And we have 4 songs that were being created this year. 2 of them have already been released, Storm and Empower, and I'm really excited for you all to hear those. We have 2 more on deck, and we're really excited. They're in the processes of getting mixed and mastered. And then additionally, kind of in the same vein of what we were doing with Framework, which is connecting musicians from all over the continent here, I'm also working with a group of English speakers in Germany. And so we're creating music as well, coming together over the internet, taking the inspiration of Abdu'l-Baha and turning it into beautiful music. And we just took some big steps this weekend, and I'm so inspired by the music that's coming out. And just like the songs that you heard, Empower and Storm, they are just beautiful. And Abdu'l-Baha just masterfully, set the perfect example for us to create beautiful music for the community this year.
Well, I'm sure our audience is looking forward to hearing the tracks that we have featured today, but where can people connect with you and listen to more of your music?
Thank you. So I'm on any platform that you listen to your music on. So YouTube, Spotify, Apple Music, Amazon, Deezer, some of the weird ones, some of the ones that no one goes to that I know of. But I'm on any of those platforms, and my name is Diverse Soul. You can look up DVRSL or Diverse Soul, DIVERSOUL. I'm also on Instagram under Diverse Soul. So if you want to connect to me there, Diverse Soul Emiliano is how you do that.
Wonderful. Well, be sure to check out the socials that you see listed on the screen. And thank you again, Emiliano, for being a part of this special program. It was great having you with us.
Absolutely. Thank you for your time. Kamsahamnida.
With that, our next 3 songs will be Kamsahamnida, Storm featuring Evelyn Wilson, Trisha with the Truth, Pajarillos Amarillos, Tyler Carlson, and Sharaf and Twistle, and Empower featuring our Mixy, Ahdi, and Anis Ruhi. We hope you enjoy and stay tuned for our next artist interview.
감사합니다. I put that on God. 감사합니다. I put that on God. 감사합니다. I put that on God. 감사합니다. I put that on God like Don Mahalo. Midnight sun and the dawn will follow. 19
nightingale in a song to swallow. Channel my brother cause the breed is hollow. Freedom follows, feo y bueno y malo. Life in a cage and a bottle. Cruise controlling the pilot is auto. Sometimes all you can do is get blotto. Thankful for all of this, wallow in none of this. I am a son of this, I have the run of this, but I'ma do me, I'ma do diallo. When I have wings to fly, I'ma free the calo. I hope the leaving is joyful, I hope to never return. Obrigado in deeds, not words, man, I got karma to burn. Mahalo nui loa, aloha kea koa. Muchos gracias para todo, to all my relations. Kamsamnida, I put that on God. Kamsamnida, I put that on God. Kamsamnida, I put that on God. Kamsamnida, I put that on God.
We journey into destiny. Need solace on a stormy sea. Through darkness, the light we see and believe. We hold the key. Oh, in the fury of the storm, recall the mystery of God. Sort of century ago, upon the glory of love. In the fury of the storm, recall the mystery of God. A sort of century ago, upon glory. We're yearning for a stable home, for shelter as the dark clouds grow. When thunder hits the heart, it glows inside a holy throne. Oh, in the fury of the storm, we call the mystery of God. Sort of century ago,
No power is greater than the knowledge and the love of God. Hey! Konkana do yawasi. Atakwa do esnekima. Show the world we got the needed power to serve the people, to love mankind. Konkana do yawasi. Atakwa do esnekima. Show the world we got the needed power to love the people, to save mankind. The best of men are those that serve the people. The worst of men are those that harm the people. To show the one who got the power, you got to love God and serve the people. No power greater than to love, no power greater than to serve. The greatest of all powers is to know God, love and worship Him. No power greater than to love, no power greater than to serve. The greatest of all powers is to know God, love and worship Him.
Feel like I got the word like a preacher, like all my homies on features, like all my spiritual teachers. Feel like I'm always a seeker, feel like I'm always a seeker, like all my spiritual teachers, like all my spiritual teachers, like all my homies on features.
دنیاست وقتی تو دنبال رازی بقاشم، بدون اونجا من اینجا هیچ فازی ندارم. معامله با هر دوه انگاری یا کارم، چون واسه پرواز به دو بال نیاز دارم. قدرت تو جرأته، خوف و نیستش غریب است باش شدیدن، چون امید غریزش اونی که ادعاش ته گرگو میشه کتیبش. عاشقی که داره یه دل قرص و دینش حقیقت، تو نقش نقاش و رقص و قلمه، تو حرف حق دار و نفس و کلمه. جنگ جوری که جنگ با جنگ و بلده، از درون اعتراف به شک و غلبه بر هرچی که بخواد تو مسیرم سد شه. نفهمیدن چون واسهشون حقیقت لفظه، باستادم تو روشه همینم بس. مقصد ما جاودانه است، زمینم چرخش.
Like all my spiritual teachers, like all my spiritual teachers, like all my homies on features. Feel like I'm always a seeker, feel like I got the word like a preacher, like all my homies on features, like all my spiritual teachers. Feel like I'm always a seeker.
Welcome back to our artist interviews. This year marks the centenary of the Ascension of Abdu'l-Baha, the perfect exemplar and center of the covenant of the Baha'i faith. With us now is singer, plains flutist, storyteller, hoop dancer, Lakota cultural ambassador, and tribal elder Kevin Locke. Hello, Mr. Locke. It's a pleasure to have you with us. How are you today?
Doing good, thank you. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
Yeah.
For our audience who may not be familiar with your work, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
I just would characterize myself as an educator, and my, academically, my original profession was elementary education. So I did serve as an elementary teacher for several years at Standing Rock Elementary School, and then I got a graduate degree in educational administration. So I was also an administrator as well. And then I started, actually pretty much got recruited by the State Arts Council, South Dakota Arts Council, over 40 years ago to do programming in some of the schools. And in South Dakota, especially the western half of the state, most of the schools are tribal, like probably like 100% tribal members in attendance at those schools. And so the State Arts Council at that time did not have anybody in place that was prepared to offer relevant presentations for those schools. So I just started doing that, and that just springboarded into other opportunities that gave me a chance to develop a repertoire of things that I could present for audiences. So that's in a nutshell how I got to where I'm at.
How beautiful. And As many people who have heard your work will know, super talented and a person of so many talents and a wonderful, wonderful teacher. And so, kind of along those lines, today we're going to talk about, as we mentioned, some music that you've created that is in the spirit of Abdu'l-Baha and was inspired by that. And one piece that you decided to share is the arrangement you made of the hidden word by Baha'u'llah, his father, "Love me that I may love thee." So what inspired you to arrange this hidden word to music?
I wanted to use that traditional genre in the pre-reservation days. You know, the musical culture was maybe a little richer than it is today, and one of the really outstanding genres that flourished at that time was a genre which really is distinctive. It's quite aberrant compared to other musical genres, but it's a vocal genre to express themes of love. And so now those themes are range from the good to the bad to the ugly. So they're all just like everywhere else, you know, they have that full range, but they do really capture like a snapshot of the way people are feeling and things like that. And so back when I was younger, there were a lot of people who had repertoires that included that genre. And so I was encouraged, probably starting around 50 years ago, by some elders who actually born in the 19th century, people born in the 19th century, who encouraged me to keep that genre alive. So I've been doing that, but then I thought, well, why not expand upon it? And we can explore different themes of love. And of course, I think basically all love songs, they even though they might be really mundane or you know, kind of sad, but in a way they all express a person's relationship to their beloved. And so in that sense, they're like maybe a metaphor for the most important love relationship that we have, and that's with God. And of course, the only relationship we can have with God is through his manifestation. And now, so this is why I wanted to start this process of maybe using the hidden words, for example, which is a real repository of, you know, from the words of God, from Baha'u'llah, expressing this covenant, the covenant between humankind and God, in which Baha'u'llah reveals the hidden words, speaking with the voice of God, extolling this relationship. So this is why I wanted to at least get the ball rolling with that, and you know, do this at least this initial song. And I want to do a lot more as well. And I thought, what better time to do that than the centenary of the inauguration of the you know, the formative age of the Baha'i faith, and also commemorating the centenary of the passing of Abdu'l-Baha, the center of the covenant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How beautiful. And so, speaking of Abdu'l-Baha and how you mentioned his relation to the piece that you are sharing with us today, how does Abdu'l-Baha and his example inspire you in your life and your music?
Well, yeah, you know, the Abdu'l-Baha has many appellations, many titles, and you mentioned one, which is the center of the covenant. So the covenant is that power that holds all of creation together. It's the magnetic force. Because it's the power of love, of divine love, that creates everything. So everything is within the covenant, and everything responds and has its being through that quickening impetus from the covenant. And now Abdu'l-Baha is the center of that process. So, you know, the whole process of the covenant. And so it's such a wonderful opportunity now for us to use you could say our talents or our gifts, whatever we have, whatever God has bestowed upon us to be a part of the creation, because we look out at creation and you can see everything is dynamic. Everything has a movement, has a shape, a color, a sound. So it's this, and here we live in the midst of this dynamic creation. So we can do no less with ourselves than to participate, to be active participants. And now is especially a poignant time when we can see a rapid acceleration of this, the processes of integration and disintegration. And this, of course, is all triggered through from God, really. From God has set this power in motion. And now we have an opportunity to respond to the forces released through the power of the revelation of Baha'u'llah. And so it behooves us, one and all, to align ourselves with the forces of integration, So we can all do that with our talents. And of course, we all have a very clear path before us in terms of being proponents of the spiritualization process. You know, the Baha'is know it as the institute process, where, you know, we ourselves, we can become active, you can say maybe like levers to lift up our communities, but we do it through ourselves, you know, like to spiritualize ourselves, our families, our communities, our children, and really be a part of this integrative force throughout the planet. Yeah.
It's really beautiful what you mentioned, that the idea and the concept that Abdu'l-Baha so much through his life and his example, as we mentioned, showed us all that we have to be active members of our society, of our communities, to then teach through that. And not just the faith, but ideas and virtues of kindness, of oneness, of respecting one another, and learning from one another, from the different people in the world, and coming together and uniting as one force, which is that of the human family. So very beautifully put. Thank you for sharing that with us.
All right, thank you.
What do you want people to take away from your music when they listen to it? And if you'd like to share, what are some of the things that people have told you about how your music has touched them?
Well, the thing that I've been doing the most of, I guess, or noted for, would be the revitalization of the indigenous flute. So it's a very unique instrument that is, at one time, was quite widespread throughout not just the prairies, but also the woodlands area, especially around the Great Lakes area. And so I just wanted to keep that genre alive for future generations. And I'm not really sure, to answer your question, I don't know if I can respond to, how people respond to it. I think I never really thought much about that, but I just wanted to, leave that as a part of, humankind's treasury, because we all of us, we are inheritors of gifts from our ancestors, whatever they are. And now we're living at a time of the ingathering of all the diverse kindreds of humankind. So to me, it really behooves us to bring these gifts forward and to contribute them to this emerging global civilization, in which we can all begin to see ourselves as legitimate heirs, H-E-I-R-S, that we inheritors of all these gifts of the human spirit. I guess you could say the human spirit has given birth to all these. And now is the day in which we can view them through the lens of the revelation, the light of God, and begin to see them and to see the true value and true worth of all these things. Like maybe as a Persian person, at one time, maybe that musical heritage of the Persians, it was only known by people in Iran or in Persia, but now is a time when that and all these other gifts have expanded out. And we can see the the worth and the context of this bigger picture now.
Yeah, how powerfully and beautifully expressed. How has the centenary of Abdu'l-Baha's ascension touched you personally? And how has it impacted the music that you've created this year? So you mentioned a little bit, but in general, how would you say that it's impacted you?
Well, you know, it's a mile marker. It's a milepost, you can say, for the world Baha'i community. So to me, it's kind of a little bit scary too, because we want to bring ourselves to account and to see, you know, how far we've progressed in what we've accomplished in service to the cause. And I think that's okay, you know, like I'm not a competitive person, but I just like to compete with myself and just see what I can do from day to day to really pick up the pace a little bit. And a lot of times all we can do is try to maintain. But then I think that the idea is to see what we can do together, you know, all of us do together.
Thank you for sharing everything about how you feel that the Ascension of Abdu'l-Baha, the centenary of it, is touching you personally in your life and inspiring you. And so with all of that, where can people connect with you and listen to more of your music in addition to the music they're going to hear today?
I have some, I think the best way nowadays is probably through YouTube or probably through YouTube, I would think. Although I think I've got some available on our website, you know, kevinlocke.com. And then we have a nonprofit, and the website is lockefoundation.org. And, you know, I've done like over 30 full-length recordings, and none of them are available anymore. I don't think they're not available because, you know, some are even on vinyl. I don't go as far back as wax cylinders, but almost. And so, you know, vinyl, 8-track, CDs, or you know, the cassettes.
Yeah.
And now even CDs are an anachronism. People don't even have CD players anymore. So everything's gone digital, and I haven't kept up, but that's one of my goals now, is to try and figure out if I can find somebody to help me digitize some of that and get it up. And we want to put it up on our nonprofit website, patricialockefoundation.org.
That would be wonderful, and we're all looking
Yeah.
forward to that. And we'll help a little bit with that. Be sure to check out all the different links that you see posted on the screen and the different socials to check out Mr. Locke's work, and also to connect with him in the places that he mentioned, as well as some others. So thank you for being a part of this special program. It was really wonderful having you, Mr. Locke.
Oh, thank you so much. I'd like to just wish everybody out there safety, good health, and abundant blessings. And that no matter who you are, whatever faith you are, we are at a turning point in the world today. So I just wish you all real divine encouragement and blessings for you and your families as we go forward together. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And with that, our next song will be Mr. Locke's arrangement of the hidden word, Love Me That I May Love Thee, written by Baha'u'llah and translated and chanted in Lakota. We hope you enjoy, and stay tuned for our next artist interview.
Teji hilak daja tema hilayo, te chi hilakta cha, tema hilayo, te chi hilakta cha, tema hilayo, ay ay. Temaya hilashnichi, techi hilakileu, tokenish iyo chihikteshne, techi hilakta cha, tema hilayo.
Welcome back to our artist interviews. This year marks the centenary of the Ascension of Abdu'l-Baha, the perfect exemplar and center of the covenant of the Baha'i faith. With us now are singers, musicians, composers, and arrangers Phil Morrison and Keith Williams. Hi, Phil and Keith. It's a pleasure to have you with us today. How are you?
Hey,
Hi,
we are.
Yara. Yeah.
What's up, Yara? Konnichiwa from Japan.
And how you doing from the coast of Georgia?
Yeah, how y'all doing?
We love
Great.
it. It's so good to have you guys. And just for our audience, Phil and Keith and I are friends. So if you're like, why is she calling them by their first name? They gave me permission, I promise. So
There you go.
with that, for friends who may not be as familiar with your work, or are you both, can you tell us a little bit about yourselves?
Keith and I, we've been good friends for a long time. Keith went to school at the Berklee College of Music up in Boston, and that's where I'm from originally. That's where we first met.
Mm-hmm.
And being a fellow musician, especially in the jazz genre and also a Baha'i, it was very convenient, and I think it was very fruitful for us in terms of our profession and in terms of our spiritual path.
Right.
So I feel very blessed.
Same here, man. I second that emotion. And yeah, I tell you, Phil has been, I mean, such a good friend. He's a supreme musician. And honestly, I think that my career would not have been as good or has taken such a productive and fruitful path if it had not been for Phil and meeting him and his guidance and playing in his group. It's really, it's a godsend. It's almost like remember how Dizzy talked about Bird being the other half of his heartbeat? Kind of deal, yeah. And that's kind of how I feel about Phil in a lot of ways. You know, it's a great relationship, both spiritually and musically, and just brotherly.
Brotherly. There you go.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, the feeling is mutual.
Yeah.
That's so sweet. Thank you for sharing that. And also for our friends who may not know, as you mentioned, you both are jazz musicians in addition to other types of music that you play. But you also formed the group called Wuje, which is the World Unity Jazz Ensemble, with some other musicians as well. So for our friends watching, definitely take a chance to check that out after you watch today's program. But how does Abdu'l-Baha and his example inspire you both in your personal lives and in your music overall?
Ooh, wow. Next question. No. How does Abdu'l-Baha and his example inspire you in your life and your music? Well, in terms of in my life, Abdu'l-Baha is known as, of course, the master, but also the servant of God. Abdu'l-Baha means servant of God. So in my life, I try to follow the example of selfless servitude, serving others without the need to be either rewarded or to be recognized. Of course, I'm not always successful, but that was his supreme example, was doing it because it was the right thing to do, and not for the recognition of it. So it was servitude, but also about world peace. Like at the Tablets of the Divine Plan, that was he laid out all in those 14 letters, he laid out, the plan for how to bring about world peace. This is one of the main principles of the Baha'i faith. And so I think in my daily life, I just try to remember those principles. Like in the morning, I get up before I get out of bed and I try to read some writings of Abdu'l-Baha or Baha'u'llah, and try to remember that as I go about the day and interact with people. So that's how I'm trying to live, with this example. As far as in my music, I haven't written anything specifically dedicated to Abdu'l-Baha. I know Phil has, and we've performed it before. I can't remember the title, but Phil will tell you. But I think indirectly, his spirit has influenced my music because of some of the things that I've written that are Baha'i inspired, or that I want to give Baha'i titles to or names to some of my music. So Phil, why don't you can give your impressions, and I'll try to think of some more things.
Yeah.
While you talk.
Well, well said, and just to piggyback on some of the things that that Keith mentioned, since I'm a musician and a writer, and have a great love and reverence for the master, and look upon him as being the exemplar that he was, Abdu'l-Baha, I feel that either consciously or subconsciously, I'm affected. For example, in my professional life, I would like to think that because most of my groups, if not all, have consisted of peoples of diverse backgrounds, I think this is something that would be to the liking, and probably if Abdu'l-Baha was a band leader, he would encourage having a group consisting of peoples of different backgrounds.
Mm-hmm.
Like earlier that you had mentioned the World Unity Jazz Ensemble that Keith and I created. We're so proud that it consists of peoples of different ethnicities and different races and different nationalities. And as a matter of fact, I think Dizzy Gillespie with his United Nations Orchestra sort of went on that path, which is something that unity and diversity, that is a principle that was advocated by the master Abdu'l-Baha. So there are many things. I like to think that Abdu'l-Baha was a person who had a very positive spirit. And whatever we do, I think in terms of whatever problem, there's an opportunity. So instead of saying, woe is me, we can say, what is the opportunity? I'm grateful that this event happened so that it affords me the opportunity. And it reminds me of that Abdu'l-Baha prayer, oh God, refresh and gladden my spirit, purify my heart, etc. So that inspired me to put music to that particular prayer. So I think daily, Abdu'l-Baha has some effect on my life.
Beautifully shared. Thank you. And from that, what do you want people to take away from your music? And if you'd like to share also, what are some of the things that people have told you both about how your music has touched them personally?
Well, as far as we want people to take away from the music, is a feeling of upliftment, that that their day has been made better, either spiritually or emotionally. I know performing here in Japan, it's been really great. In fact, last night I had a performance where some people came up to me and said, this was great, and you really made my day. And you can't really tell when you're performing how people are reacting, because they can be looking at you in a way that you think, oh, are they really digging this, or are they, can't wait for me to get off stage. But when people say that it has made them feel better, that's what we're here to do. We're here to serve and to use our music for the upliftment of people. I think, I can't remember if it was Abdu'l-Baha or Baha'u'llah. I think it might have been Abdu'l-Baha. It said that music was a ladder by which souls ascend to higher realms or ascend to heaven. Maybe one of you can remember who said that, but it was one of either Baha'u'llah or Abdu'l-Baha. So we try to use our profession in a way to serve humanity through the arts, which Baha'u'llah and Abdu'l-Baha said are very, very important. Not just sciences, but the arts are very important.
I try to create in my music some type of message that might relate to my spiritual path, which is the Baha'i faith. And oftentimes people will respond in a positive way. They will react either to the lyrical message, or oftentimes it's to just the vibe that they feel from the music. So it's gratifying when people do make mention and respond to the creativity of your music, if that answers your question or addresses your question.
No, it does. Thank you both for sharing those really wonderful experiences with us. So we talked a little bit about how Abdu'l-Baha and his example have played a role in your personal lives and in the creation of your music. But how would you say that the centenary of Abdu'l-Baha's ascension has touched you both personally, and how has it impacted the music that you've created this year?
From what I understand, the commemoration of the ascension of Abdu'l-Baha is celebrated. One of the reasons is because his birthday is May the 23rd, isn't it? And it's the same day as the declaration of the Bab. So rather than dilute the significance of Abdu'l-Baha's importance and contribution, we celebrate his ascension. And in doing so, I suppose we try to incorporate in our daily lives, whether our personal lives or our profession, things that the master would deem to be appropriate, and it would be supportive of his principles. I'm thinking of the tune that Keith and I wrote called "We Can Live Together." In it, the principle itself is very Abdu'l-Baha-esque, so to speak. But the performers in it interestingly enough, consists of different races and genders. The featured vocalists, male and female, that's Keith and Julia Nolan. The guitarist is a Native American from the Cherokee Nation. Pete Jock is his name, a wonderful guitarist, Native American. And myself, so we have various races, ethnicities, and genders. And I think that's in keeping with the principles of Abdu'l-Baha as we commemorate his ascension.
Certainly is. What would you say, Keith?
Phil said it. Yeah, you know, it's been 100 years, and of course we want to celebrate the birth of Abdu'l-Baha or Baha'u'llah. But when you think about it, the birth is the beginning of life. But when you celebrate the ascension, you're celebrating the achievements of that person through their life. So in a way, the ascension is, in a sense, you could say even more important because you're celebrating what he has brought to the world, and now that this person, he or she, is passing on to the next level of existence. And we celebrate their achievements and what they have given to the world, which in terms of Abdu'l-Baha was about justice, unity, peace, equality. Abdu'l-Baha was so important in bringing out to the world the teachings of Baha'u'llah, because Baha'u'llah, you know, never left really pretty much the Holy Land, or that area in which he was born and imprisoned for those 40 years. But Abdu'l-Baha knew the importance of the North American Baha'is, you know, the Americans and the Canadians, and when he wrote the Tablets of the Divine Plan, and how they would be the ones to bring out these teachings to the world. He said, go out and bring these teachings to different parts of the world. And so I think that we, being Americans or Canadians, it's very important that we continue this this process to bring about his desire, you know, because he was very disappointed in how things had turned out, you know, with the war happening, World War I. I think I'm going off on a tangent here, but just wanted to state how important I think his life was. So through the ascension, we are celebrating, you know, his life's work and his transition to the next level.
Yeah. Beautifully put. And I mean, as you both mentioned, it's this idea that it's only been 100 years, and Abdu'l-Baha really served as the example and putting into action for all of us to see the teachings of the Baha'i faith, that it is possible to do that. I mean, obviously, we all, being just humans, we have a long way to go, but you know, it just shows us that we all have the ability to try our best to do that, and that it is possible. And also having it be only 100 years, I think it just makes it so much more palpable, tangible, how close it is to us. And as you said, celebration of achievement. Every year that we celebrate the Ascension of Abdu'l-Baha, we're celebrating and bringing back to mind those teachings and the example that he left us. It's a remembrance of those and a way for us to consciously reflect on them, I think, as you both mentioned. So thank you for sharing that with us. So with all of that, where can people connect with you both and listen to more of your music?
Well, you can go on YouTube. The last CD that Phil and I did together with a version of our World Unity Jazz Ensemble was called Hollow Reed, and it was actually produced by Dr. Bonnie McCarty, who is a Baha'i living on St. Simon's Island, Georgia, and she started Dr. Mac Records, and she was made it possible for Phil and I to record 5 CDs, 2 of which were with the World Unity Jazz Ensemble, China Skies, and also Hollow Reed. Hollow Reed can be heard, of course, through Phil's blog spot, or Broadjam, but also on YouTube. And I believe that Remember When, which is another one of our CDs, which was more of original songs written by Phil, and I think a couple standards, is also on YouTube.
And my I guess the best place to get my music, and the reason why I say it features Keith as well. And it's just http://fieldtrio.blogspot.com. Yeah.
So.
And in doing that, you can find about 30 items, including many pieces which features Keith on vocals and a lot of his arrangements, and a lot of actually his compositions, including Valley of Search and We Can Live Together.
So be sure to check out the different links and socials that you see listed on the screen to connect with Phil and Keith. We wanted to say thank you both for being a part of this special program. It was great having you both.
Thank you.
Thank you, Yara. We really appreciate it.
Arigato gozaimashita.
Thank you. And so with that, our next songs will be We Can Live Together and The Earth Is But One Country by Phil Morrison and Keith Williams. We hope you enjoy and stay tuned for our next artist interview.
Every race of people, and that's how it should be. The problem that we're facing is not just only color. The answer's found in justice and how we treat each other.
Hispanic, Asian, black and white, families are the same. Raising kids to do what's right, regardless of your name.
If we all looked alike, it'd be a boring place. We're all from different cultures, but still one human race. But first we've got to try. No race is superior. It's time to unify. We can live together, respecting one another. We're from the same creator, so that makes me your brother.
I'm your sister.
It's time to live in harmony, cause this is our home. We can find solutions, but we can't do it alone. If racism and justice were talked about in school, the people in this country might use a golden rule. Should be. Our world is growing stronger because of unity. We can live together, and then that day will come when we will have prosperity and peace for everyone. We can live together, but first we've got to try. No race is superior. It's time to unify. We can live together, respecting one another. is one country. If we'd only realize, with so many different nations, it's time to unify. Oh, the earth is one country, and people around the world want the same things for their children. Every boy and every girl. The earth is one country, one human family, with peace and justice as our goal. To live in harmony. Oh, the earth is one country, to care for one another, no matter your religion, your class, or your color. Of course, we love our sisters and our brothers, and family unity is what we need. But love is something we can share with others, and it will grow if we just plant the seed. The earth is one country, though borders may divide, but the heart knows no boundaries. It's how we feel inside. The earth is one country, within this universe, and we're proud of this great nation, but we're human beings first. Ba-ba-ba-dee, the tribes of old grew into mighty nations. For unity, they had to organize. Now, we need a world of civilization, and a universal language would be wise. The earth is one country, and there's no need to hate. With all our new technologies, we can communicate. The earth is one country, for peace let as flowers of one garden in our Creator's sight. We are one human family. Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Welcome back to our artist interviews. This year marks the centenary of the Ascension of Abdu'l-Baha, the perfect exemplar and center of the covenant of the Baha'i faith. With us now is singer and musician Shadi Toloui-Wallace. Hello, Mrs. Toloui-Wallace. It's a pleasure to have you with us. How are you today?
I'm good, thank you. You can call me Shadi, it's okay.
Okay, sounds good. We were wondering, can you tell us a little bit about yourself, please?
Yeah, I am a pretty much self-taught musician. I spent my childhood in Haifa, Israel, while my parents were serving there, and then my youth in Australia, in Brisbane, Australia. And then when I turned 21, 22, I moved to Canada, and I've been here for over a decade. So yeah, I studied business, but I always found a way to serve through my music, and then it kind of became my path, my full-time kind of path of service, and also as a way of supporting myself.
And so 3 of the songs that we're featuring today are called Daughters of the Kingdom, Moth to a Flame, and Everlasting Glory. What inspired you to create and arrange these songs?
I think Abdu'l-Baha's writings are so visual, and there's a lot of beautiful metaphors, and it's really easy to draw on them with melody and to kind of create color and make them dynamic through just music and melody. And so I'm always drawn to the words and prayers by Abdu'l-Baha. And I guess we go into it a bit further later on, but like Moth to a Flame was written by my father and I about the sacrifice that Abdu'l-Baha made for all of us. So Daughter of the Kingdom, or Daughters of the Kingdom, is a writing by Abdu'l-Baha. And I was on this beautiful island called Salt Spring Island off the coast of Canada, off the coast of British Columbia. And I was writing these melodies for these songs that or these prayers that I collected over the years for my album Daughters of the Kingdom. And I was really struggling and kind of hit a wall. And the friends I was staying with are incredible artists. And they sat me down, they were like, let's say some prayers to hopefully kind of recenter you or bring you to a place where you can keep writing again. And my friend pulled out this prayer by Abdu'l-Baha called, and it was the Daughters of the Kingdom quote. And I was so enamored by like how he captured this idea of like supporting women so that they can continue to foster the growth and development and nurturing of their community. And also just this idea of like, there was just a lot there to unpack and a lot of like metaphors to kind of work with. And at the time I was also studying the Prophet's daughter, and it was a story about Bahia Khanum, the greatest holy leaf, who's the sister of Abdu'l-Baha, and just reading the story about her life and how many sacrifices she made as a single elderly like Middle Eastern woman. She was a champion of justice. She sacrificed so much of her life for the protection and the growth of the Baha'i faith. And this to me kind of rung, this prayer, Daughters of the Kingdom, kind of like rung true to her life and her place in Baha'i history and in history at large. And so it was a culmination of things. And I was really like reflecting on my role as a woman and as a future wife and a future mother and the daughter and a sister and a granddaughter to all of these like matriarchs in my family. And I was really reflecting on my responsibility to continue that cycle and kind of overcome with, I think, like I was a bit anxious about all these roles that I had to play in the future, and the huge role of like motherhood and feminist movement and all of these things. And so Daughters of the Kingdom became the title track of my album because it felt like it encapsulated all of these things that I was experiencing and questions and concerns that I had. And so that is, yeah, that is kind of the nature or the context of the album, and also the inspiration behind the album, Daughters of the Kingdom. And then the second one was Moth to a Flame, and you'll be hearing that in a minute. And Moth to a Flame was written by my father and I, who's actually just this guy here. This is like when he was like in his 20s, having pictures of my parents when they were young behind me. And so my dad is an incredible poet, and he's always coming up with these incredible ideas in his dreams, and he'll write them down and he'll email them to me. So I have a folder of dad's kind of poems on my desktop that I always come to when I'm needing some motivation or some content. And my dad had been reading about this kind of the role that Abdu'l-Baha played in the Baha'i faith, but there's not much to say or that we've read about the relationship as a father and son between Baha'u'llah and Abdu'l-Baha. And as a daughter and a father, we were kind of relating to that and all of the kind of intricacies and nuances that come with fatherhood and being a son, and those responsibilities that Abdu'l-Baha carried throughout his life, and the sacrifices and also the struggles and sadness and grief that he experienced in his life. Like he carried a lot of that weight for Baha'u'llah, but he did it with such just love and dedication. And we were just kind of thinking about this idea of like a metaphor of a moth to a flame. We kind of wanted to reflect on that relationship between Baha'u'llah and Abdu'l-Baha. Not that we know a lot, but just as a father and a daughter kind of relating to it. And so that's Moth to a Flame. And then Everlasting Glory. So Moth to a Flame is on my second album, Verdant Isle, and Everlasting Glory is on my most recent album, which we released in 2019. And this is an album that's a collaboration of all the songs, new and old, that I've sung with my mother, who is of Iranian descent. And so she chants in both Farsi, which is the language of Iran, and in Arabic. And I sing in English because that's all I can do, much to the disappointment of many friends, and myself included. I do enjoy singing with my mom, and it's such an honor to be able to share the stage and share these songs with her, because I've learned so much from her and her ability to chant. And so this song, Everlasting Glory, is a quote by Abdu'l-Baha, where he's really, even though we call him the master and our exemplar, he also really tries to humble himself and as the servant of Baha, as the servant of Baha'u'llah. And so my name is Abdu'l-Baha. He says all these different titles for himself, which are very like humble titles. And then he just says, my name is Abdu'l-Baha, and really just kind of reminding us that he's merely the servant of Baha'u'llah, even though that is such a great title, and one of the most greatest titles. So we took that quote, and my mom chants it in Farsi and I chant it in English. And that will be the third song that you hear today from my album, or our album, Radiant Hot.
How beautiful. And so with that, you talked a little bit about how it inspired these specific pieces, but on a more general scale, how does Abdu'l-Baha and his example inspire you in your life and in your music overall?
I just, I think to the stories that I learned as a child about Abdu'l-Baha and his example, and I think to his love for children and his love for the equality of men and women. I think about the sacrifices he made to help the faith grow and progress, and I always, you know, as a child, you always imagine him like, what would Abdu'l-Baha do? Or if Abdu'l-Baha was in the room, like, how would you behave? Or what are the kind of things that you would say? So as a child, it was kind of just his example was really inspiring. And yeah, he was someone that was a little bit more relatable, but also someone that you can look up to. So yeah, there's many different, I guess, things that you can kind of share, but when it boils down to it, yeah.
I love that. And I also grew up with that idea of like, what would you do if Abdu'l-Baha was in the room right now? Like,
Right.
Abdu'l-Baha is always watching you. And I love after children is also something that really stuck with me too. So
Mhm.
that's really nice. And so talking about the fact that it's such a special year, how has this touched you personally, and how has it impacted the music that you've created this year?
Well, living in Canada, like he visited the friends in Montreal, and I think we're reflecting on his visits to North America and like how impactful that was in the growth of the faith and in the transformation of society. And so much had occurred in history in that time frame. So looking at what impact Abdu'l-Baha had on those movements, I think is really transformative, and really it like really touches you. And also it was like only 100 years ago that he passed away. Like my grandma just turned 100, and to think that like that was within sort of our lifetime is quite tremendous. And it kind of, you can kind of almost feel it, and you see movies and things of things that happened in history, and that wasn't that long ago. So I guess what I'm trying to say is Abdu'l-Baha's passing was still within kind of our lifetime. We can kind of almost touch it and feel it. And so we kind of feel even more connected to Baha'u'llah and his message and his arrival in society, and how important and impactful that was for the transformation of society. So yeah, I think that time frame is really, it kind of shakes you a little bit. You're like, actually, it wasn't that long ago that he was here, and all of those things were happening in the world. And yeah, I think that would be kind of what strikes me the most. And yeah, like also I should add like his love for the indigenous people, and seeing how much they can contribute if they're given the right opportunities, to flourish and to grow and to be nurtured. They have so much capacity, and yeah, unfortunately we don't see that still to this day.
I completely agree with that. And I think, like you said, very beautifully put, it's the fact that it's only been 100 years. And I think that not only just makes it more relatable, but I think it also shows how the teachings are so right for this present time, how we're still working on those things and how applicable they are still to our times, right?
Yeah, they're extremely relevant. Definitely. Yeah.
No, exactly. And so talking a little bit more about your music, what do you want people to take away from your music when they listen to it, whether it be these three pieces we'll be playing today or just overall? And if you'd like to share with us, what are some things that people have told you about how your music has touched them?
I like them to be transported and to feel kind of a closer connection to the creator. And that's what I think friends and people that listen to my music have told me, is that they feel kind of connected to a higher presence. And these are friends who are Baha'is or identify as part of other philosophies or religions. But it kind of gives them a greater sense of peace and reverence and this connection to the creator. And so um, I know this is only interpretation, but I would love to just be that hollow reed that transports people to the divine through my music. And that's kind of what I've been told that I do. And it's often a way that I, even when I'm going into the studio, when I'm writing a piece of music, like I think like how much of Shadi is in this piece, and how much of what Abdu'l-Baha or Baha'u'llah or the Bab are saying are in this piece. And it really has to be them. And I'm just like the frame around this beautiful painting that's kind of just drawing out all of the like colors and the textures and the meaning behind it. It's just kind of bringing focus to what's already so beautiful and magnificent and detail oriented and all of those things that you see in a really beautiful painting at a museum. So I just want to be that frame, and hopefully that's what people see in my music, and it helps them connect and feel that sense of peace and reverence.
With that, I hope that people keep that in mind as they listen to your songs that we're going to play in the next few minutes. But we wanted to know, where can people connect with you and listen to more of your music?
Yeah, they can just go to my website, shaditoloui-wallace.com, or they can visit me on Instagram or Facebook. They're all under my own name, and shoot me a message or listen to my music. And it's always good to support artists from their direct website, where they can earn the whatever is paid through their music, for their music through their website. But you can also stream our music online on all streaming platforms.
Sounds good. So I hope that, people will take this chance to check out the different links that you see posted on the screen. And thank you again, Shadi, for being a part of our special program. It was great having you with us.
My pleasure, Yara. Thanks for having me.
Our next three numbers will be Daughters of the Kingdom, Moth to a Flame, and Everlasting Glory by Shadi Toloui-Wallace and her mom, Shadi Toloui-Wallace. We hope you enjoy, and stay tuned for our next artist interview.
Oh, thou kind Lord, bestow heavenly confirmation upon this daughter of the kingdom. This daughter of the kingdom. And graciously aid her, that she may remain firm and steadfast in thy cause, and that she may, even as a nightingale of the rose garden of mysteries, this daughter of the kingdom, this daughter of the kingdom, warble melodies in the Abba kingdom, in most wondrous tones, thereby bringing happiness to everyone. Make her exalted among the daughters of the kingdom, the daughters of the kingdom, and enable her to attain life eternal. Thou art the bestower, the all-loving. Thou art the bestower, the all-loving. Thou art the bestower, the all-loving. The daughters of the kingdom, the daughters of the kingdom.
young boy sees his father bound in chains, exiled to foreign lands, never to see his home again. The bond of love between them one can't explain, a bond forged through love and pain, like drawn to a flame. This loyal moth guards his name, guards his name. Though he suffered many hardships, this mighty branch stood loyal and firm. The bond between them was never broken. Words of love need not be spoken, like drawn to a flame. This loyal moth guards his name, guards his name. No matter the distance or walls that part, this moth could still feel the beating of his heart. And when the flame had no more life, he said he not deserve, but he chose to sacrifice, like drawn to a flame. This loyal moth guards his name, guards his name. Like drawn to a flame. This loyal moth guards his name, guards his name. Guards his name, guards his name.
من عبدالبهاست، صفت من عبدالبهاست، حقیقت من عبدالبهاست، نعت من عبدالبهاست، رقیت به جمال قدم، اکلیل جلیل و تاج و حاج من است، و خدمت به نوع انسان آیین قدیم من، نه اسمی دارد نه لقبی، نه ذکری خواهد نه نعتی، جز عبدالبها، جز عبدالبها. این است آرزوی من، این است از آمال من، این است حیات ابدی من، این است عزت سرمدی من. My name is Abdu'l-Baha. My qualification is Abdu'l-Baha. My reality is Abdu'l-Baha. My praise is Abdu'l-Baha. Thraldom to the blessed perfection is my glorious and refulgent diadem, and servitude to all the human race, my perpetual religion. No name, no title, no mention, no commendation have I, nor will ever have except no name, no title,
Welcome back to our artist interviews. This year marks the centenary of the Ascension of Abdu'l-Baha, the perfect exemplar and center of the covenant of the Baha'i faith. With us now is percussionist, producer, pianist, flutist, singer, and composer Shango Dely. Hi Shango, it's a pleasure to have you with us today. How are you?
I'm happy to be here. Thank you very much for inviting me.
For some of our audience members who may not be as familiar with your work, can you please tell us a little bit about yourself?
Well, I'm mainly a percussionist. I've been playing like for 35 years so far, until God lets me keep playing. And I'm producing too. I'm been producing for about 25 years. And recently I started composing. I dared myself jump into the pool of composing, and I'm happy that I did so because I really needed to do it. And I've been playing piano and flute since I was a junior youth. So yeah, here I am doing music all over.
We love that. That's so wonderful. And so today, two of the songs that we're going to be featuring are the songs El Amor and Tan Potente, also called Kawina Unity. Can you tell us a little bit about what inspired you, and in the case of Tan Potente, your mom and your dad, to create and play the songs?
Yeah, our main inspiration has been like the idea of unity in diversity, knowing that music is a universal language, and coupling our musical production, our musical work with the words of Baha'u'llah himself and the words of the Bab and the sacred writings. We saw that putting those together would be powerful. And this work with my parents has been always like a rescue of the cultural identity of the different nations around the globe. Namely, in this work, we're featuring music from Latin America and Suriname, Guyana. This song, especially, is basically a rhythm from Suriname called Kawina, which is also mixed with some variations of music from the Caribbean, from Colombia and other parts of the Caribbean. So we're happy to have come up with that.
That's so cool. And stay tuned, everyone, because in a few minutes you'll get to hear those two pieces. But as we talk a little bit more about them and the Ascension of Abdu'l-Baha, how would you say that Abdu'l-Baha and his example inspire you in your everyday life and in your music?
Abdu'l-Baha is the light I'm chasing every single day. It's like he's way ahead of us, and I'm every morning waking up and seeing that light and longing to go there. He's keeping me going, wanting to love everybody, to not just love like with words, but let my heart burn with love with everybody. Every time I have doubts about whether I should say hi and I should love people, doubts go away right away when I remember, well, Abdu'l-Baha said that, so forget about it. Forget about doubts. Go for it. And it works, because then some people get surprised at first, but at the end of the day, everybody likes that. Everybody loves that, and everybody gets kindled by the love that comes from God through you. So, no doubt, let's keep doing that.
That is so wonderful and so beautifully expressed. What are some of the things that you want people to take away from your music when they listen to it? And if you'd like to share with us, what are some of the things that people have told you about how your music has touched them?
I expect always my music to connect the hearts of people with higher aspirations, with their noblest noblest aspirations. Ultimately, I'd love to use my music as a connector between people and their creator. I'm always looking for ways to enthuse people into connecting with their real selves, with the real natures. That's what I'm always wanting to do, and I've heard people saying that people saying that my happiness is contagious, and that's great. So if somebody tells you that you're that contagious, well, that's great. No need to lock down.
That is true, and I think, like you said, that idea of like connecting everyone with themselves, with others, with that whole idea of unity is very apparent, as you mentioned, throughout your music, including the ones that we're going to feature today. But I think just in your music in general, and that really also, as you said, connects to Abdu'l-Baha and his example and the teachings of the faith of unity, of being united, of being loving and kind to one another. And it really just allows music to be an uplifting source, as it's supposed to be, instead of bring us down and degrade us. And so, talking about the centenary more specifically, how has the centenary of Abdu'l-Baha's Ascension touched you personally? And how has it impacted the music that you've created this year?
Well, especially this year, we are creating music dedicated to Abdu'l-Baha. There is this whole program, the Grupos Prejuveniles de Gran Canaria. We're doing an album with songs that have been composed by junior youth and youth from here throughout different camps, and they've done workshops of music. They've composed songs, the lyrics and everything, and one of the songs dedicated to Abdu'l-Baha. The whole album is dedicated to Abdu'l-Baha, but one of the songs is a song that was composed by a friend of mine, Alicia Perdu, and is a quote from Abdu'l-Baha talking about love. El amor da vida a los que no la tienen. El amor enciende una llama en el corazón helado. No existe poder mayor que el poder del amor.
Sí.
In this song, we're featuring some professional singers, but also most of the voices, more than 15 voices are singing in that tune. Are the junior youth and youth themselves. So I've been thrilled to be part of this work and to be allowed to produce this album, taking care of every single detail recorded here in this studio, voice by voice, taking care of the tuning, the wording, the tempo, everything. And we are really happy, and we're glad that we can dedicate this to Abdu'l-Baha. And this year has impacted me a lot as a musician and as a human being, because I'm thinking that after 100 years, so many things have happened in the Baha'i world and the world itself. And I think something is about to happen. Something big is about to happen after 100 years of the ascension of the Master.
Yeah.
And let's get ready. Let's fasten our seatbelts, because great things are going to happen. Very good things and not so good. So let's get ready. Let's be ready for the big change, because many things are going to happen, are happening, and it would be great if we as a Baha'i community are ready to receive a lot of people that are going to need some spiritual input.
Yeah.
Let's get ready for it.
That's lovely, and also getting ready as it together and preparing together to really face what's coming up ahead, because I think if this year has shown us anything, and what history has shown us, is that we can't do it alone. And so I'm sure you're all looking forward to listening to the songs that are coming up soon, but where can people connect with you and listen to more of your music?
You can go on my Instagram, Facebook, or even YouTube. The three of them, you can write my name all together or separated. Shango Dely, SHANGODELY. You know, at Shango Dely.
Yep.
Or Shango Dely in YouTube. Listen to my music, enjoy my music, have fun, write back, tell me what else you want to hear, and I'll try to make it happen.
Well, you guys heard it here, so be sure to check out the different links and socials you see listed on the screen to connect with Shango and to check out his different works. But thank you so much, Shango, for being a part of this special program. It was really great having you with us.
Thank you very, very much for inviting me here, for letting me be part of this beautiful thing that you're doing here.
We really appreciate it. With that, our next songs will be El Amor by Alicia Perdú, Shango Dely, and Grupos Prejuveniles de Gran Canaria, and Tan Potente, also called Kawina Unity, by Leonor Dely and Mijero Congo, with percussion and production by Shango Dely. We hope that you enjoy and stay tuned for our next artist interview.
El amor da vida a los que no la tienen. El amor enciende una llama en el corazón helado.
El amor concede esperanza a los desesperados
y alegra las almas, y alegra las almas de los angustiados. El amor da vida a los que no la tienen. El amor enciende una llama en el corazón helado. El amor concede esperanza a los desesperados y alegra las almas, y alegra las almas de los angustiados. No existe poder mayor que el poder del amor. No existe poder mayor que el poder del amor. El poder del amor. El poder del amor.
da vida a quien iluminar toda la tierra, que puede iluminar toda la tierra, tan potente es la luz de la unidad, 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 tan potente es la luz, 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 tan potente es la luz de la unidad, tan potente es la luz de la unidad, tan potente es la luz de la unidad, tan potente es la luz de la unidad.
Welcome back to our artist interviews. This year
Thank
marks
you.
the centenary of the Ascension of Abdu'l-Baha, the perfect exemplar and the center of the covenant of the Baha'i faith. With us now is singer and rapper Mixy. Hi Mixy, it's a pleasure to have you with us. How are you today?
I'm fine, thank you. Pleasure here too.
For some of our audience who may not be as familiar with your work, can you tell us a little bit about yourself, please?
Okay, my real name is Olinga Njang, and then my stage name is Mixy, and I am a Baha'i, and also I do a mixture of Baha'i, purely Baha'i inspired and secular music. I'm from Nigeria, and I'm married with 3 kids. So yeah, so this is Mixy, doing good music, Afro dancehall, Afro pop, and then a mixture of high life and all that. So all in all, they call us Afrobeat artists. So I do Afrobeat, which is a fusion of all the things you can think of in African music. So that's what I do. Yeah.
Oh, beautiful. Thank you for sharing that with us. And I'm so excited for
Thank
you all to hear these upcoming pieces because all of Mixy's songs are just so, I think, uplifting, but also so fun at the same time. And so with that in mind, what inspired you to create the 3 songs that we're going to be playing today? One World, Giving, and Itra Abdu'l-Baha, which translates to the praise of Abdu'l-Baha.
You know, based on my background, as I said from the beginning, that I'm a Baha'i, and I can't be a Baha'i and then get into a profession that is not also imbued by the writings of the faith. So whatever I do as an artist, I try to make sure that it's aligned with the concepts of Baha'i teachings in any way. It might not be so clear, but my music is actually inspired by the writings of the faith, even though I might not, in some cases, use the quotations directly, but at the back of my songs, I think about what I can give to the world through music, because music is service. Yeah, so that's what I do. Yeah, that's what inspires my work as well. Yeah.
How beautifully expressed. And I think you just said something very key. I think for Baha'is and just for anybody from their faith, it's that whole idea of doing something that's in congruence with maintaining your virtues and your values. And that's what I think allows music to really serve its full capacity of being uplifting and making people feel better and happy and also recognize the things going on around them. It really is able to use it as a vehicle that for positivity in whatever path that may be, right?
That's true.
And so how does Abdu'l-Baha specifically and his example inspire you in your life and in your music overall?
You know, every Baha'i look up to Abdu'l-Baha, and Abdu'l-Baha is embodiment of virtue, and that's why it's exemplary. So the moment you think of Abdu'l-Baha and you want to write a song, it has to be something good, because that's what Abdu'l-Baha represents. He represents humanity, he represents humility, service, trustworthiness, kindness, and that's why it's exemplary that every Baha'i look up to. So the moment you think of Abdu'l-Baha and you are into writing a song, it has to really be imbued with meaning and uplifting to the human society. You know, so Abdu'l-Baha really is a source of inspiration anytime, any day, either in music, either in bringing up your family, either in your relationship with people. Abdu'l-Baha stands at the center, and is the center of the covenant of our faith. You know, so he reminds us of everything we can strive. We can't be like Abdu'l-Baha, but we work towards him as exemplary luminary in the Baha'i faith, and that inspires everyone to work towards perfection. Though you cannot meet the end of perfection, but we strive towards it because that's what Abdu'l-Baha stands for. Yeah, so it's the embodiment of perfection.
That is so beautifully put, and it's so true, so true. When people listen to your music, what do you want them to take away from it? And also, if you'd like to share, what are some of the things that people have told you about how your music has personally touched them?
Yeah, first, because I know that music is both for entertainment and education. So every song I write must carry these two fundamentals of music, not just to entertain, but how do people get inspired, uplifted through my music? That is very key in every song that I write. And we've gotten so much feedback from people, interaction, reactions, letters, WhatsApp messages about how our music is moving them, how they are using it in their celebrations for their kids, family celebrations and all that. So that is really a source of encouragement to even strive to do more. So it's really very encouraging so far, and that has kept the spirit even high in this endeavor. It's not easy in music, but when you get this kind of feedbacks, it really inspires and it makes you work hard to improve on that. There is no limit to how we can improve, but every day, like the writings of the faith says, let each morn be better than its eve, and each morrow richer than its yesterday. So as we try improvements, working towards excellence is very key. So yeah, we're so grateful, yeah, and appreciate what people have said, and that is really a source of inspiration. Yeah.
Well, thank you for sharing that with us, and what wonderful advice really to keep in mind as we all strive to be the best version of ourselves. And as we mentioned in the beginning, this year marks a very special time because it's the 100th anniversary of the Ascension of Abdu'l-Baha. So with that in mind, how has the Ascension personally touched you, and how has it impacted the music that you've created this year?
Yeah, when that message was sent to the Baha'i world some few years ago about this celebration of the Ascension of Abdu'l-Baha 100 years celebration, it's the day we read that message was the day I got inspiration to write this song, though not yet out, but before 27th of November, that song will be out and rolling for the Baha'i world. And I've never spent in production of an audio track the way I've spent producing this track for Abdu'l-Baha. I've never spent in the history of my production for a single track, because I brought in some church choir to sing on it. I brought in some musicians to play live instrument on this production. And then it has gone through many hands for listening, readjustment and all that. And that's why it has taken this long for this song to be out. And I want to tell the Baha'i world they should be ready for a mega piece. The Ituru Abdu'l-Baha is really a big one for this year. Abdu'l-Baha cannot get anything less from our Mixy. I know so many things have been out there, but let the friends also wait from what is coming from our Mixy as far as Abdu'l-Baha is concerned. Yeah.
I love to hear that, and it's going to be, I'm sure, so beautiful as we're going to listen to in a few minutes. So I'm excited for you all to hear it. But like you mentioned, the fact that it's brought together so many different elements together, I think really is representative of what Abdu'l-Baha tried to show us and what he stood for, along with the teachings of the faith, of the idea of unity and bringing people together through this medium of music, right? So that is very exciting. So for these upcoming songs which we're going to play, you guys are going to get to listen to them, but where can people connect with you and listen to more of your music?
Oh, we are on Spotify. We are, in fact, all major platforms. Just Google our Mixy, songs of our Mixy. We are there. And then, go to my pages, my Facebook page, our Mixy. You go to my Instagram page, our Mixy, and then my Twitter at our Mixy1. You get all my jobs there. Yeah.
That's wonderful. Sounds so good. So be sure to check out the different links and ads that you see on the screen. And again, thank you so much, our Mixy, for being a part of this special program. It was really great having you with us.
Really sweet.
Thank you. And so with that, our next 3 songs will be One World featuring King Kong and Rejoice Edijana, Giving, and Itra Abdu'l-Baha by our Mixy. We hope you
Yeah.
enjoy and stay tuned for our next artist interview.
One people, one world, one people, yeah, together as one, all citizens, so we are, yeah. Anywhere me go, them I feel me. Anywhere me go, them I help me. Anywhere me go, them I love me. Anywhere me go, them I feel me. Anywhere me go, them I help me. Anywhere me go, them I love me. They got me feeling at home. They got me feeling at home.
We are world citizens, yeah. We are world citizens, yeah. We are world citizens, yeah. We gonna live as one for life. We are world citizens, yeah. We are world citizens, yeah. We are world citizens, yeah. We gonna live as one for life.
Anywhere me go, them a show me love. A beautiful world when we show love. Anywhere me go, them a show me love. A beautiful world when we show love. Hey! Anywhere you go, you will feel at home. Even when you travel far from home, you will never miss your home. They will make you feel at home. Anywhere you go, you will feel at home. Even when you travel far from home, you will never miss your home. They will make you feel at home. Anywhere me go, them I feel me. Anywhere me go, them I help me. Anywhere me go, them I love me. Anywhere me go, them I feel me. Anywhere me go, them I help me. Anywhere me go, them I love me. They got me feeling at home. They got me feeling at home.
We are world citizens, yeah. We are world citizens, yeah. We are world citizens, yeah. We gonna live as one for life. We are world citizens, yeah. We are world citizens, yeah. We are world citizens, yeah. We gonna live as one for life.
Identity, you wanna know? I am a human being. My nationality, you wanna know? I am a world citizen, me say. My identity, you wanna know? I am a human being. My nationality, you wanna know? I am a world citizen, so me say. One world, one people, one God. We are world citizens, yeah. 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 We gonna live as one for life. Anywhere me go, them I feel me. Anywhere me go, them I help me. Anywhere me go, them I love me. Anywhere me go, them I feel me. Anywhere me go, them I help me. Anywhere me go, them I love me. They got me feeling at home. They got me feeling at home. One world, one people, one God. We are world citizens, yeah. 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 We gonna live as one for life. Yeah. The welfare and well-being of the world, its peace and security are unattainable unless and until its unity is firmly established. So powerful is the light of unity that it can illumine the whole world. One planet, one people, please. It all makes it.
We gonna live as one for life. We gonna live as one for life. We gonna live as one for life. We gonna live as one for life.
The more you give, the more you get. Be generous, man. So, the YZ on the beat. You see me so happy, man, na na na. My blessings plenty, see I know fit count to. Hey, I hear them calling any man, goody mado. Go men would I come goody mado. Bad no feki mado na na. Hey, the more you give, the more you get to. If I never lie, you already know. One good turn deserves another, na na, yeah, yeah. The more you give, the more you get to. Give and never lag, you already know. One good turn deserves another, na na. When we give up, what you sow, na him you go reap. Oh. What you give, na him you go get to. What you sow, na him you go reap. Oh. What you give, na him you go get to. If you need love, give love. If you need peace, give peace. Eh. If you need happiness, eh. Make you make another man happy. Not be sad because you get cash, oh. That is why you have to day hash, oh. Pride confess before follow. Simmer down, humble yourself, oh. Not be sad because you get cash, oh. That is why you have to day hash, oh. Pride confess before follow. Simmer down, humble yourself, oh. You see me so happy, man, na na na. My blessings plenty, see I no fit count to. Hey, I hear them calling any man, goody maro. Who man would ye come, goody maro? Bade no, who fake maro, na na. Hey, the more you give, the more you get to. Give and never lag, you already know. One good turn deserves another, na na, yeah, yeah. The more you give, the more you get to. Give and never lag, you already know. One good turn deserves another, na na. When we give up, if you get, make you humble. No, they come to the fumble. Kuru carry like vulture. Them they pop like cold water, Gary. If you get, make you humble. No, they come to the fumble. Kuru carry like vulture. Them they pop like cold water, Gary. No love man, we no get to. Make we give a helping hand. No one knows tomorrow. What goes round surely comes around. No love man, we no get to. Make we give a helping hand. No one knows tomorrow. What goes round surely comes around. You see me so happy, man, na na na. My blessings plenty, see I no fit count to. Hey, I hear them calling any man, goody maro. Who man would ye come, goody maro? Bade no, who fake maro, na na. Hey, the more you give, the more you get to. Give and never lag, you already know. One good turn deserves another, na na, yeah, yeah. The more you give, the more you get to. Give and never lag, you already know. One good turn deserves another, na na. May we give it. Ha ha. The more you give, the more you get, man. Mixy, ya ikwa itori no nye. Ya inegu dara ino nye. Ya ikwa itori no nye. Ya inegu dara ino nye. Wo no nye. Abdu'l-Baha, 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 Toreye. My name, my qualification is Abdu'l-Baha. My reality, my praise is Abdu'l-Baha. Servitude to all the human race. My perpetual religion. No name, no title, no mention. Hey! No commendation, I no will ever have it. Except Abdu'l-Baha. This is my longing. This is my greatest yearning. This is my eternal life. This is my everlasting glory. This is my longing. This is my greatest yearning. This is my eternal life. This is my everlasting glory. sampler to follow. If you look at another man, you will surely make mistakes. Only look to Abdu'l-Baha, he's a sampler to follow. Look at me, follow me, be as I am. Look at me, follow me, be as I am, be as I am. Abdu'l-Baha. Hey! Aha! It's time for us to celebrate. Let's wind her up, wind her in on ya. Let's wind her in on ya. Yeah, we let it out, in on ya. Let's wind her up, wind her in on ya. Wind her in on Abdu'l-Baha. Yeah, we let it out, in on ya.
Welcome back to our artist interviews. This year marks the centenary of the Ascension of Abdu'l-Baha, the perfect exemplar and center of the covenant of the Baha'i faith. With us now is singer, musician, craftsman, dancer, and actor Roman Arona. Hi Roman, it's a pleasure to have you with us. How are you today?
I'm good. Thank you for having me.
So for our friends who may not be as familiar with your work, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Absolutely. So I am a Native American Baha'i. I am Apache, Pueblo, and Yaqui, and those are my tribal affiliations. I am, well, you kind of explained it. I'm a musician. I do a lot of dancing, writing of stage performances. I also own a nonprofit media company, which works to get art and artists to be more at the forefront, to be kind of leading the charge and change. Because, you know, when budgets get cut, artists get thrown to the side, right? And I just think that that's the wrong way that we need to do it, especially in society, because art kind of will challenge society. So, yeah.
How wonderful. Well, today we're going to talk about some of your songs that we'll be featuring today and that you'll all get a chance to listen to after this interview. So we'd love to know what inspired you to create and arrange the songs to the spirit, Sufficient Unto Me and None But Me.
Several years ago, I was working on an album, and I was wanted to have these specific prayers as part of this album, and but I wanted to have it translated into Apache. And so after lots of consultation with my dad and other family members, he said, let's do something a little bit different for the first album, and then save these ones specifically to incorporate them where everybody can understand them. So because if I were to translate them into Apache, then only the Apache would know what I'm saying. And so so then I got signed with Canyon Records and released my first album, which had some aspects of the second album of Invocations. But to me, it wasn't, it was good and I liked it, but it was not what I really wanted to do. So I went back into the studio with myself and pulled some of those albums or some of those songs that were recorded but not released. And so I pulled some of those, kind of rearranged them a little bit, changed some things, and then wrote some new ones. And then recorded it. And because I wanted the message to be out there. Because as a Baha'i, well, let me back up. Because as an indigenous person, the Baha'i faith fulfilled our prophecies. So a lot of prophecies that we have as indigenous people, the Baha'i faith fulfilled those. And so that message needs to be out there as far as I'm concerned. And so that's why I put these songs together. Because the messaging with these songs is really important. It's not talking to just Baha'is, it's talking to humanity as a whole. and that's what we need to understand.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you for sharing that with us. And I'm really looking forward to all to hear these songs because they're absolutely beautiful. And I feel like there's such a nice combination of indigenous music and culture along with these virtues and ideas that are, as Roman said, just human virtues and values that we all strive to, abide by and make a part of our daily lives. So stay tuned for that coming soon. But how does Abdu'l-Baha and his example inspire you in your everyday life and in your music?
Well, Abdu'l-Baha, one, was the example. He's the one that, as humans, but obviously as Baha'is, we're taught like that's what you want to strive to be. You want to strive to be as perfect as Abdu'l-Baha. Abdu'l-Baha was not a prophet. Abdu'l-Baha was a human, but he was the highest spiritual, and he gave and he sacrificed and he did all of these things, and he was a perfect example of what we as humans should strive to be. And so Abdu'l-Baha obviously as that example, as that teacher, right? And so with those teachings, he also wrote prayers and writings. And so for me, one of the things that he one of the writings that struck home for me as an indigenous person was where he talks about indigenous peoples of the Americas being so illuminated that they will enlighten the entire world. And so when I see that and I read that along with his guidance and his teachings and him being that example is what I strive to be. And I strive to, in every aspect of my life, remember that as an indigenous person, all things were surrounded by prayer. And in the Baha'i faith, it's the same thing. You know, you go to work and that's part of worship. You know, so for me as a musician, that's my work. And so I have to strive to incorporate the prayers and for society and to change, society and where we're at. And so that's what Abdu'l-Baha does for me. That like I said, that writing is my pathway. I'm trying to get enlighten the world, just whatever I can do. So in all my works, that's my guiding light.
And so when people listen to your music, what do you want them to take away from it? And if you'd like to share, what are some of the things that people have told you about how your music has touched them?
So first and foremost, I think one of the things that I was told recently, and I never thought about it, but one of the things that I was told is there are nothing in as a Baha'i that combines those two things. If you look at other cultures, you see it, right? You see, in the Persian culture, some of the songs include writings, and in different cultures. But as a native person, as an indigenous person, here in the Americas, there wasn't a lot of that, and so that was something that struck home for me because I didn't realize that. And so now I'm like, oh, I created music that other indigenous people can be welcomed and see that cultural exchange and still be okay and still realize it's okay to become a Baha'i. Because in indigenous cultures, especially throughout the Americas, I can't speak about the world, but especially throughout the Americas, our culture was stripped and was taken by force, and families were separated, and we were forced to go to boarding schools and learn Christianity and learn, the Bible and all of these things. And so it leaves a sour taste, so to speak, in indigenous people. And so religion is very a tough bridge in indigenous cultures. And so I wanted to allow and open those gates to allow, hopefully, indigenous peoples to flood through and become Baha'is, or at least become friends of the faith, so that they understand the messaging, they understand what the writings are and what the faith is about. And if they look deep into their prophecies, they'll realize, like I did, that the Baha'i faith fulfills the prophecies that were foretold for indigenous cultures. And so that's what I wanted to do. That's what I'm striving to do, is to create kind of that pathway, or that roadmap, so that indigenous people can realize and hear the indigenous music within the faith.
Yeah. Well, that's amazing. And I think not only does it serve that purpose, but I think it also allows people, whether Baha'i or not Baha'i, to learn about indigenous culture, at least, a group of indigenous cultures that you show through your music. So I think it really fulfills both of them, and it's really quite amazing.
Yeah.
And so how would you say that the centenary of Abdu'l-Baha's ascension has touched you personally? And how has it impacted the music that you've created this year?
It touches me in the way that it's like, it's a realization of a lot of the writings that I've been exposed to and read within the Baha'i faith, of this time, this special time that we're in. And people look at it and they're like, oh, there's so much destruction and chaos and, fighting and people hating each other. And now racism's back, being prominent again. And it's okay to be a racist, and it's okay to be, belligerent and mean and all of these things. And it's like, no, none of those things are okay. But this is what we've been told as an indigenous person in my prophecies and within the Baha'i faith, that this old world order, this old system and systems that have been created are going to disappear, and they're going to go away, and we're not going to, I may not see that in my lifetime, but things are changing. And it's amazing to, one, be living during this time. Pandemics were things that we read in history books, but we were able to experience one, as an entire world, and probably the first time in the world that we were actually united and fighting one thing, right? Yeah. All of us, the entire world. And so now you have, this amazing time with the ascension, or the celebration for Abdu'l-Baha, and all of this at this day and age is such power, and to be living it and to be realizing it, it's an amazing time. And again, I'm looking at that positive because I have faith and I trust that God is in control. It's not us as humans, it's God that's in control, and this is all part of that plan. And part of that plan is for the messaging of the Baha'i faith and Baha'u'llah. And Abdu'l-Baha was a big part of that. And so it comes at a time when I remember going to pilgrimage, and they were talking about when Abdu'l-Baha would walk the streets, and and they would throw things at him, and they were mean to him and all of this stuff, but he still did it. And he still went out, and he still talked to the people, and he still, tried to be friends with the people. And it worked. And people started changing, and they said, oh, wow, he is a nice, individual and person, right? And so that's what we all have to do. And that's what I strive to do. And that's what I tell my fellow humans. Strive to be good and strive to show love. And right now, this is an amazing time for all of this to be happening. It's such a powerful time.
Very beautifully expressed, and thank you for sharing that with us. And so, as we mentioned, you all are going to get a chance to listen to some of Roman's music right now, but where can people connect with you and listen to more of your music?
You can always go to my website, romanarona.com. You can go to iamhumanmedia.com. I'm on Spotify. I'm on Amazon, Pandora. all of the streaming sites, but I am going to go in and have the physical CDs of Invocation. So some of the songs that you're going to see now, or videos you'll experience now, those are all on digital platforms. But I am going to release get them on a physical CD for those that really like it. I'm also going to release a first time ever flute CD. So it piggybacks on one of my first CDs, which was just drum meditations. Now I'm going to add flute to those drums, and then there'll be a third and a fourth version of that CD. So it's just kind of building upon that foundation of the drums. So yeah. And it streaming. I'm on social media. Find me, reach out. I'd love to chat and welcome meeting new people. So.
Well, that is super exciting. So be sure to check out all the different links and socials you see listed on your screen to connect with Roman and listen to his music. And of course, thank you, Roman, so much for being a part of this special program. It was great having you with us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. And be well, love, and blessings.
Thank you so much. And with that, our next 3 songs will be To the Spirit, Sufficient Unto Me, and None But Me by Roman Arona. We hope you enjoy and stay tuned for our next artist interview.
Congo
In him let the trusting trust. Yahweh, oh, Yahweh, hey, 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 Yahweh, oh, God is sufficient unto me. Verily, He is the all-sufficing. Hey, in Him let the trusting trust. In Him let the trusting trust. Yahweh, oh, Yahweh, oh, hey, 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 Yahweh, oh, Yahweh, oh.
Welcome back to our artist interviews. This year marks the centenary of the Ascension of Abdu'l-Baha, the perfect exemplar and center of the covenant of the Baha'i faith. With us now is singer and musician Walter Heath. Hi, Mr. Heath. It's a pleasure to have you with us today. How are you?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for asking me to be on your program. I'm honored. Thank you.
We're so happy to have you. And for some of our friends that may be listening that aren't as familiar with your work, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Yes, I'm old. I'm 73. I have been a Baha'i since 1968. And um, I have done some recordings with record companies, but the ones that I really would like people to know about is from 2009. I did a CD called Praise His Name, and you can find it on ninestarmedia.com.
Oh, wonderful. And so what inspired you to create the song that we'll be featuring today, Boundless Lovin'?
Well, it was because the Baha'is were having, in my community, Simi Valley, we were having a fundraiser to just, raise funds for specific things in our community. And someone asked me to put the music to this passage from Paris Talks from Abdu'l-Baha. So and that they would pay money to the fund for me to do it. And so, of course, I made this attempt at using these wonderful, wonderful words of Abdu'l-Baha, and you'll hear the result, yes.
That's so wonderful. And how would you say that Abdu'l-Baha and his example inspire you in your personal life and in your music overall?
Well, in the personal life there's Abdu'l-Baha has a quote that says, look at me, be as me, follow me, be as I am," something like that.
Mhm.
And so all the things that I've read over the last however many years has been about trying to emulate his behavior. And of course, like everybody else, I fall short of that daily probably. But my mindset, I'm informed by that to try to be more just, more loving, more kind, as Abdu'l-Baha was and all through his life. So that was the inspiration for my life.
What do you want people to take away from your music? And if you'd like to share, what are some of the things that people have told you about how your music has touched them?
That phrase, food for the soul, I've gotten that from people, the comments about my music. So anything else is probably secondary to that. Music is for all of us. Music can lift us up to the tremendous heights into the spiritual realm and for our spirits. So that's what I try to use music for uplifting my spirit and hopefully others.
How would you say that the centenary of Abdu'l-Baha's ascension has touched you personally, and how has it impacted the music that you've created this year?
Well, our community and our local spiritual assembly has been involved in that all year and planning a program. And actually, we're going to do it in the first part of December, due to all the Thanksgiving and programs and people traveling. But we're going to do our program in December, and it's going to be have music in it. It's going to show the video that the National or the World Center has prepared for on Abdu'l-Baha. I haven't seen it, but I've heard it's wonderful. So we've been preparing for that. I was so thrilled that I had written this song of music to this passage, this boundless love, so that it's going to be my emphasis in this year celebrating the centenary of Abdu'l-Baha and of his death.
Well, thank you for sharing that with us. And so, as we mentioned, in a few moments, you'll be able to hear some of Mr. Heath's songs. But where can people connect with you and listen to more of your music?
I think many of my songs are on the streaming services. They're like iTunes. I mentioned 9 Star, Amazon.com, on cdbaby.com. Places like that, you can just find my music. It's not a whole lot out there on it, but you can find some things.
Be sure to check out the different socials and links listed above on the screen. And thank you again so much, Mr. Heath, for being a part of this special program. It was really great having you with us.
Well, thank you so much.
With that, our next songs will be Boundless Lovin' and Abdu'l-Baha by Walter Heath. We hope you enjoy.
May this boundless love so fill your hearts and minds that sadness may find no room to enter, and may you with joyful hearts soar like birds into the divine radiance. May your eyes be open to see the signs of the kingdom of God, and may your ears be unstopped so that you may hear with a perfect understanding the heavenly proclamation sounding in your midst. May your souls receive help and comfort, and being so strengthened, may they be enabled to live in accordance with the teachings of Baha'u'llah. I pray for each and all that you may be and that the brightness of your light and the warmth of your affection may reach the hearts of every sad and sorrowing child of God. May your hearts become clear and pure, like unto polished mirrors, in which may be reflected the full glory of the Sun of Truth. May you be as shining stars, bright and luminous, forever in the kingdom.
Abdu'l-Baha, unique and peerless. He was born before midnight on the very day the Baha'i faith began. Thus his remarkable life spans the entire duration of the heroic age from beginning to end. He was kind, tender, loving, compassionate, and he was mighty and majestic. Isaiah himself had prophesied of him, saying that in the last days the eldest son, the firstborn, would be raised higher than the kings of the earth. Baha'u'llah had promised him that someday he would raise his voice in the West, that wherever his feet walked, that land would be blessed, doubly blessed. For 9 long months, he walked among us here in North America. There are still people alive today who saw him. He laid the cornerstone of the Mother Temple of the West, the holiest house of worship that would ever be raised to the name of Baha'u'llah. My religion, Abdu'l-Baha said, is service to all mankind, every human being. And he called upon each one of us to do the same with our lives. Look at me, follow me, be as I am, he said. Today, in every Baha'i home, all over the world, you can look upon a photograph of his radiant face with its inner joy. Abdu'l-Baha, the Master, the mystery of God, whose dear, tender smile, like his love, now covers the earth as the waters cover the sea.
From the time he was a little boy, there was always an inner joy, a joy that was born from the love of God, the first to recognize Baha'u'llah. Taunted and teased, and sometimes chased all through the streets. They say he lost his faith in the one true God, because his father believed in the Baha. Stones, his family chased out of the home, his father locked in chains, yet he withstood all the pain. Vanished in disgrace, his family sent from place to place. 77 long years, he gave his life and his love for all mankind. From the time he was a little boy, there was always an inner joy, a joy that was born from the love of God, the first to recognize Baha'u'llah.